Hmm. What's good, y'all? Welcome. Happy Thursday, as it were. Hope everybody had a good day at work. If you at work, I hope you continue to have a good day. But let's get it started. Let's get it started. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah, was really good. Oh, they're gonna wait. Yup. Way ready to he said he want to crash out early.
Hey, what's going on, public?
Man, I'm good, man. What's going on with you?
So what's the context behind them two people? Because I seen it on IG. I know her, unfortunately her two babies had passed due to the cold weather or something. Are you?
Yeah, hypothermia.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Um. So is crushing involving that situation or just in general?
Oh, I mean, he's an example of he's an example of how fathers set women up to fail. They set the mothers up to fail.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you were ain't shit father, yeah, you 100% setting up your.
Most fathers ain't shit.
Yeah, I'm just fortunate that my pops was, even though they had divorced when I was relatively young, my dad was always there, so I'm forever grateful to have a father, a loving father. So I can't really speak for most people. I'm just the fortunate anomaly. So I praise God every day for that. But yeah, I've seen a lot
I don't think you're an anomaly. I just don't think that it's the majority.
Yeah. So
and also, this ain't about you or about your dad, so you don't have to personally feel like attacked or anything like that. Because I don't know you or your daddy. I don't know your plight. You know what I'm saying? But I could talk about fathers in general, and I could talk about what I know about fathers and um, how fathers set up single mothers to fail and how they don't contribute at all. And even like when dads are in the home, they don't like I saw a TikTok last night. It was kind of funny. It was sad, but it was funny. Definitely go Dodgers, man. Uh the exact I was Abu was already on it. It was a situation where it was a woman talking about an encounter she had when she was younger. She said that she had went over her friend's house, right? And she noticed that the man in the home, the father, didn't help do anything for dinner. Like he didn't help cook, he didn't help, set the places up for everybody to sit down at the table. He didn't help set the table. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do anything. He didn't talk when he was at the table. He didn't contribute to any of the conversation everybody was having. And at the end, when it was time to clean up, he didn't do anything. And she's a child at the time. And she said that she asked the dude at the table, "What do you do?" Like, because she said that she had never experienced that. She didn't know, she didn't know. And then she said that she never like said that he responded or whatever, right? She said the next day she got to school and her friend who invited her over went up to her and told her Yeah, just so you know, my mom and my dad are getting a divorce.
Right.
Like men in the home don't contribute, let alone when we're not in the home.
And this is specific to black men or men in general?
This has no, I'm not specifying this because white fathers are terrible too.
Yeah, dads ain't shit. Yeah.
Fathers are this is a male problem, not a black male problem. This is a male problem. It's a problem with men in general. And most men, this would most women would say this about, most mothers would say this about most fathers.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's the reality. Teddy bear want to go outside. Let me put this. That's the unfortunate reality, right? So yeah, I don't compare myself. I've said this 1,000 times, but I'll say it again for the people in back. I don't compare myself to other fathers because the bar is too low for fathers. So I know that it will be very easy for me to do better than most. It would be easy for me to do better than most fathers, but I wouldn't, I still will be coming up short. Pinhead Dan, outside of finance, is statistically true. Children are better at home with two parents, mom and dad. Okay. It's not outside of finances. Finances is the thing. Finances is the driver. Yeah. This is why you get muted, by the way, Pinhead Dan. Yeah, you're wrong. I mean, you have to say stuff that's, you have to give it the context it deserves. Because why do mother and father homes do better?
Hold on,
I'm not asking, hold on, 30 round. I'm talking to Pinhead Dan.
What's going on?
What's up, man?
Can you ask a specific question? I'm sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. What was
the
question?
I asked, so because you made the comment, like, which I'll be honest with you, I don't know the point of what you said. What are you trying to say? Mothers and fathers.
You're saying, you're saying fathers are really only good to provide money. I mean, like, that's not what you said, but that's what the problem.
Oh yeah, no, for the most part, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just wondering because, I mean, you wouldn't say a child would be best off with only a mom.
Yes, I would.
Would you say that?
Yeah.
You would say children would be better off with only a single mother by herself without the father?
Yes. As long as the single mother is financially stable, I think the child will do better overall.
And you believe that because just of
stats, but also logic, yeah. Stats and logic, yeah, both combined. Mm-hmm. Single mothers, when they are financially stable, the outcomes of the children are just as good as two-parent households or single father households, right? Because it's about money ultimately. But they only measure what they can measure. They only measure, like, the like the child not going to prison, the level of education the kid gets, so on and so forth. But when you actually start, like, I'm talking about like the character of the person. I'm talking about like the happiness of the child, right? The lack of trauma, the absence of trauma that will exist in that child. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not just talking about a kid, going to college and graduating and making $60,000 or $70,000, $80,000 a year. Like, that's great too. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's better than the alternative, right? But when you start to listen to men who were raised by their fathers, and you really, like, they have so much damage. They're so fucked. Listen to Wade talk.
All right.
Hey, Wade. Hey, brother, your brain is fucked up. I ain't gonna even hold you.
Fucked up.
Not on everything. I don't know, brother. I don't know you from Adam. In general, I don't know. But I'm talking about when it comes to, like, your misogyny. Oh my God, you're one of the worst. You're terrible.
Public.
Yes.
First-
Hey, look, there's
first
another
things
30
first.
round too. 30 round had a father figure. He had a father in his home.
Well, I had a stepfather.
That's a
First things
father.
first.
You had a father from 4
Yeah,
years
yeah,
old
that's
till
true.
you was an
That's true.
adult.
I'm not negating that. You're right.
Yeah.
You're just saying I'm
First things
misogynistic
first.
because I didn't want to date a
First
single
things
mom.
first.
That's not why
How
I'm
you doing?
saying that.
That's first things first.
Second thing is, you know what? I usually come up here and troll and talk shit,
Mhm.
but I agree with you. I agree with this prompt. For the first time ever, you got a prompt up here that I agree with. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm dead ass serious.
Why do you
Nah.
agree?
I'm gonna tell you why I feel that way.
Huh?
I think single mothers need to form a community, and I know of some already that form a community, and they only raise their children and single mothers. Get what I'm saying? So I believe that is possible. I think that'll be more successful than a single mother just being by herself, or just a guy that's coming in and out the house doing what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. I agree that women should definitely form a community within themselves, and they raise the single mothers specifically, and they raise their children together. Now, I don't know freaky shit. I don't know freaky shit.
Wait.
On
Why?
some real parenting shit.
No, why? I feel you, and I think that that's fine, right? But why are we talking about single fathers, but you have advice for single mothers? I mean, why are we talking about fathers, but you have advice? Why is your advice for single mothers and not for men to be better?
Well, I'm gonna tell you why. Because the man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, like this situation right here is so heartbreaking. It's this lady and this guy right here. I know the story. It's heartbreaking. 2 little angels gone. You get what I'm saying? It's just terrible. It's just terrible, all around terrible, and I hate it. Okay. This guy obviously, right? They obviously had beef. Now this man, I'm talking about the guy in the prompt. This man,
they had beef.
Deadbeat. Hell yeah.
Oh, you called him a deadbeat. I thought you said they had beef. I was like,
no,
beef?
Deadbeat.
Yeah, he's a deadbeat, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? Because, bro, it's cold as hell outside. No matter what the situation is between you and your baby mama, bro, get them damn kids out that damn cold, bro. Mm-hmm. I can't imagine having children of mine sleeping in a damn casino parking deck, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine that shit. And you know what I'm saying? And there's no excuse for this motherfucker. He is to blame. If she go to jail, his ass need to get locked up too. He need to get locked up for negligence.
100% agree.
Yeah, no.
But you didn't answer my question though. Why is your advice for single mothers and not for fathers to be better? Because,
bro, I'm tired of giving niggas advice. Niggas don't want to take my advice. Niggas don't want to listen to other men.
You think women gonna listen to you, 30 round?
No, I know they ain't gonna listen.
Okay, so why are you once again?
At least it ain't falling on deaf ears.
Hold on, wait. It is falling on deaf ears. Look, if neither group is gonna listen to you, why wouldn't you just talk to the men then? If neither group, I agree. I know women ain't gonna listen to you, and not because they don't listen, but they not gonna listen to a nigga like you. You know what I'm saying? And you know the men ain't gonna listen because as soon as you make sense to men don't listen. We know you cannot appeal to men by being logical, being rational, by being practical, by being honest. You know, we already know. We know that that's out. You can't tell men the truth. We allergic to the fucking truth, right? So if you already know if you're gonna tell the man the truth, they're not gonna hear you. It's gonna fall on deaf ears, right? Which that's my whole platform is. Hey, I say the things that are so obvious. The shit that I be talking about is such low hanging fruit. But the way the men be punching and windmilling and fighting is proof that men, it don't matter it don't matter. Men don't want to hear the truth. It don't matter. It don't matter who tell them. It don't matter how they say it. No matter how you say it, men don't want to hear the truth. You know that, and I know that. And I know. And instead of you,
I'm one of them guys.
I know. But instead of you talking to men, you turn around and offered advice to women. We got to stop doing that. We have to stop doing that. In the year of our Savior, Tupac Shakur, stop talking to women about things like this. Stop giving women advice.
Don't bring my nigga Tupac in this. Please don't bring Tupac.
Stop giving women advice, bro. Like I beg of y'all. I beg of every man that can hear my voice. Stop giving women advice. You have nothing to offer them. They are the idea that you just said. They told you that. You heard that from a woman. Why do you think you need to tell them that? They already know the importance of community. but they already know the importance of community.
I agree with it.
So why mention? I get it. I get that you agree with it, but why you got to just stop? That shit is weird. That's that. It's like, I don't know. It's a roundabout way of victim blaming. It's like, yeah, y'all really need to get y'all shit together. Like, nah, bro, we not gonna do that.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me say this, and I'm gonna mute up. I'm not victim blaming. That's first thing first. Second thing is, hold up, wait a minute. Just let me get it, and I promise you, I'm gonna mute up and shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I know I'm not the sharpest tool in the drawer, bro. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I am. Get what I'm saying? I know that I can be ignorant sometimes. I know that I can say the most outlandish, crazy shit.
Yep.
But one thing I don't do is disrespect kids, and I don't disrespect the unalive. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit, and I feel like I feel like this guy behind me in this prompt, he definitely should go to jail and be locked up for it.
Okay.
I don't like deadbeats, because I told you, my story. My father was incarcerated damn near my whole teenage years, my kid years, you know what I'm saying? And then I had a father figure step in. So this is really something that really hurts me, bro. Get what I'm saying? When I hear shit like this. Because everybody ain't able to have that. Everybody ain't able to have that somebody to come in and be there for them. You get what I'm saying? So, but the advice I got for fathers, you know what I'm saying, that's messing with single mothers, or you have children, bro, get them kids, bro. Go get your babies, bro. You laid down with that woman, you know what I'm saying? You laid down there, you bust up in her, you handle your business like a man, bro. Handle your business like a man.
All right, bet. I'm gonna move around. We're gonna go to Ansem. Go ahead, Ansem.
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling, man. People. What's good with you?
So we're supposed to answer the prompt. Is that correct?
Say what? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
We're supposed to answer the prompt. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's fine.
It says fathers are the reason single mothers fail. Outside of finances, what are fathers good for?
Yep.
So I'm gonna preface this by being a son of a single immigrant mother. She is my older brother. I tell you that I have all sentiments and praises for our women, especially our Black women. So this is not coming from a place of hatred or disregard. But I do say there's an importance of a nuclear family. There's an importance of a father and mother inside the house.
Why?
Because it provides not only for the psychological ramifications that it might provide on the guidance of a young child to both see a man act in a man's role and in masculine energy, and a woman also act in a woman's role and in feminine energy, and see how they can be cohesive.
What are the roles?
The roles can be whatever is determined within the household. If we're talking about traditional roles, then you have breadwinner being the male, then you would have the caretaker being the female. But in today's modern society, there's not too many people that have the pleasure of just being strictly traditional. So it's probably hybrid or a modern sense.
I mean, black women always worked. So it was always like that. Yeah.
Yes, that's understood. But if we also understand like some of the racial implications, especially post-slavery, Jim Crow era, the rise of the federal government assistance program and the incentives that Lyndon B. Johnson played out, we understand that pointing fingers between the Black man and the Black woman has actually just been a device from the white power structure to keep us separated.
Not at all. That's only Black men say that, by the way. Black women don't think that. Because it's okay for Black men to point the finger, but the finger should always be pointed at us. It should never be pointed at anybody else.
So again, you just moved away from the point. The point was that there is a.
I don't think you had a point,
effort. 1 second.
I don't think you have a point right now, to be honest with you, because I haven't really. You still haven't answered my question. I just let it go. What are you talking about when you talk about gender roles? Are you talking about gender roles? You're using. I just want you to know the terminology you're using is so vague that I would literally have to stop and make you answer every single question just so I can understand what you're saying. So I don't want to do that. So what I want you to do is, if what you're saying is, you started off this by saying that you were already wrong off the rip. The nuclear family isn't important. The nuclear family is hold on, answer. The nuclear, sir. The nuclear family is a white supremacist, is a tool of white supremacy. So to have a Black man start talking about white supremacy, right? Which y'all love to do. You always like to talk about white supremacy, but then you mention. Are you listening, sir? Are you gonna listen to me? Or are you gonna talk while I'm talking?
You kind of cut me off and then to.
You're not answering my question. I just don't want you to monologue. If you, I would want you to.
Each question that you asked, I provided an answer.
But you didn't. You didn't provide an answer. Okay. Okay. I'll give you. I'll make it. What I'm saying is your answers don't suffice. You did say some stuff, but you didn't actually answer my question.
Last question.
I said, I'm telling you. The question I asked you was, what is the importance of essentially gender roles, and what are they? Right. And I don't. And this is what I'm saying. I don't want you to answer the question now because you're not going to answer it. You've already tried it. See what I'm saying?
If you just ask me a question, I'm going to answer.
Okay, answer it. Give me. Tell me it again.
You have to first define what gender roles are.
Yeah, that's what I was asking you to do.
Are any tasks or roles deviated to a set gender by the inhabitants of a member of a membership of a culture of a group of people? So the gender roles for a man in China will be different from the gender roles from a man in Africa. These are things that are basically pertinent to the individual households and cultures that we're respectively talking about.
So they're not. Wait. Hold on. Time out. Hold on. Time out. I gotta understand what you're saying.
Because my main argument is that fathers are important.
But you still haven't articulated how fathers are important.
So when I started articulating as to why fathers are important, giving you a proper example of men and women working together within a household to achieve a certain directive, you decided to chastise that.
What are you talking about?
Family is not important.
Hold on,
brother. Exactly how I started the conversation.
Brother. A couple of things. The word
I actually focused on child development and early psychology as an example. Okay. So my question to you real quick is, what 3-letter agency do you work for? Because if you're going to come up here and not, okay, perfect. So we understand the government plan. Yeah. So if
I'm paid by the government.
One second, sir. If you're going to come up here and just spew divisive rhetoric, then what exactly is your goal?
Because that's not my goal.
No. Because I haven't heard you say one actually.
All right. I got to mute you up because you don't know when to shut up. I want you to talk, but you got to be quiet though. You got to stop answering. Hold on, brother. Hold on. No, not at all, sir. You could never, ever trigger me. Trust me. You don't. You don't even know. I want you to go back because this shit is on YouTube. I want you to find my YouTube page and listen to the words you use. You don't even know what you're saying. Like I'm saying from it. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, Anson. From an sir. From a standpoint of English, of your vernacular, the words you were using literally don't make sense. And I was just listening to you.
Words?
None of them. You were just using. It was a word salad. You were like, oh, you sounded like Oswald Bates, my nigga. So, you don't. But I don't want to. But I don't even want to get into that. But hold on, wait.
This is an actual argumentative point. So what you're doing right now is you're trying to nitpick at whatever I'm saying, but you haven't isolated a single thing in what I said. You said
I did. You won't shut up.
Well, hold on. You said something.
If you were to be quiet, you can listen to what I'm saying.
That the nuclear family is not important, and there are multiple studies worldwide that would tell you that's a.
What name the study? Name it.
Okay, so here we go.
Mm-hmm. Name the study. I'll wait.
Brownie points with the woman that you're looking for, because
your phone went out, Sam, and I don't want to hear shit but the name of the study, homeboy. I don't want to hear nothing but the name of the study, homie. You got the name of the study or what?
Question, maybe out of ignorance, maybe you can help me.
Yeah.
Because I heard you say nuclear family supports white supremacy. I'm not sure if you said that. Maybe
it's literally it is a tool of white supremacy.
Explain to me how, because. Or maybe I just don't know what the nuclear family is. Is the nuclear family not mother, father in the house together? And if so, how is that a white supremacy thing?
So the nuclear family, as we use it in America, because it's not, it can loosely be tied to stuff from the 1800s, 1700s, or whatever, right? But I mean, but when they say it in America, right? The reason why it is used as a tool of white supremacy is because it is ultimately a tool of capitalism. It is not about the extended family. It's not about grandmas, grandfathers, aunties, uncles, like 30 Round was talking about. It actually separates us from our community. It isolates us, and it creates a dependency on capitalism, right? So every man has to work, right? Every man has to work. Every man got to go. He got to work 40, 50 hours because he got to provide for his family now. So now you get workers in the factory. Now you get workers in your stores, and you get workers in the field, whatever, right? Capitalism benefits from that. You need to buy a home. We don't have multi-generational homes in America like that, right? That's not something that our culture that we teach in our culture in America, black or white. We don't have multi-generational homes in America. So everybody got to get their own home, right? You even got 18-year-old kids moving out on their own. Like, for what?
That's not true.
That's crazy. No. That is true. That is true. That answer. I'm not making any of this up, and I'm still waiting on you to tell me the name of the study that you've never read. Okay. So yeah. So what they do is, hold on, wait, I'm almost done. So what they did was they created, which this is what white supremacists and capitalists, because they're the same people in our system. White supremacy and capitalism work hand in hand. What they did was they said, look, we need people dependent on this money. We need people in these factories. We need people in our military. We need bodies. We need and we need people to buy shit. We need people to buy shit. So you buy your house, you need furniture, you need finishings, you need paint, you know what I'm saying? You need all of these things. You need a loan. You're going to have to pay a bank, like all of this shit. It makes you a slave to capitalism. That's what it does. So this idea of a mother, a father, and kids isolated in their own home, that is a white supremacist dream. That's what they want. And there's an article written about this. I believe the name of the article is the nuclear family. The nuclear family never was, or something like that. Like, it was, the nuclear family was never a thing. It was only a short window in America where it was actually attainable for a large portion of Americans between like the 50s and 70s, right? Before the deindustrialization of America in 1970, 1972-ish, around there, that's when it ended, and it started in the 1950s. So you had 20 years. You had a 20-year span where the nuclear family was actually achievable for the majority of Americans, right? Or a large portion, especially of white Americans. And now you have a man like Ansan, fucking 70 years later, talking about the nuclear family, not knowing what he's talking about. He doesn't know the history of it. He doesn't know how it affects us as black people.
Okay, I was just under the impression, I think, that, and I mean, my definition was just wrong. Maybe not that my definition was wrong, but that I'm under the impression that I hear you say these things, and it sounds like you're against a father being in the home if he's good, you would say that he should be in the home, right? If he's a good father. Yeah, you're but against that.
No, of course not. I'm for two healthy parents raising their children. But the reality is most men aren't good. Most men aren't healthy. And men and the fathers are making the women unhealthy as well. And they're making the kids unhealthy. In most cases.
So it's just math.
Well, it's obviously not. Nothing is black and white like that, but there's lots.
That's the problem. Anybody that argues a black and white
that's not what I'm doing. You just don't understand English. We already know you struggle with the language.
It's complete ignorance.
We know you struggle with the language, brother. Nobody's using black and white arguments. Go ahead, Pinhead. Pinhead was going. You interrupted. Go ahead, Pinhead.
Okay, so public, you would be a what would the word be? What is it called when there's an example that goes against the grain? Because you have a wife, don't you?
Yeah, I have a wife and a kid.
Would you consider yourself an outlier? If you were to talk to men and use your
I don't consider myself an outlier. I don't.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
So you're a good man.
No.
But you do consider.
I'm not. I don't consider myself an outlier. I'm 43 years old, gentlemen. It took me until hold on. Because I'm honest, I don't get up here and cape for no. I don't cap or cape for nobody. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not. Aslan, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Be quiet. I'm telling you, sir. Please, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you without a doubt that the vast majority of my relationship with my wife, I'll start from the time I had children 12 years ago, almost 13 years ago now. I'll start from that point, right? My wife had to constantly, and this is the story for most men, any man in here that's gonna sit here and tell me that's just you a fucking okay. But any man, if you got kids, I'm gonna tell you my story, and you tell me if your story doesn't align with this. My wife told me, you didn't read it, first of all, so be quiet.
It's a brief little study.
Yeah, okay. You ain't read it. It ain't no brief study. You ain't read it. It's an article. So here's the thing.
They get embarrassed in like another lie.
I've never been embarrassed.
I've seen.
You've never seen it. Now you about to start lying. Shut up. So, anyways, I'll tell you exactly what happened. So when I was first, a young father, I had to go through a bunch of growing pains. I had to listen to my wife. I had to listen to her. Hey, I need, like, a woman shouldn't have to tell a man that they need to be more present with their children. A woman shouldn't have to tell a man she needs more help with their kids. A woman, like, these are not things, like, I never had to tell my wife, like, you know what, you've been slacking a little bit with the babies. I've been noticing. Like, I've never had to say that shit, right? But most fathers, the vast majority of fathers have this very same fucking story that I'm telling you right now. If you're gonna sit there and say they don't, you a fucking lie. The vast majority of fathers have the same fucking story about how their women had to coach them and had to drag their ass along, right? The only difference between me and a divorced man right now, the only difference between me and a divorced man is the fact that my wife stayed. That's the only difference. If my wife could have left me at any point in time, many women left their men way sooner or way earlier and all of that stuff, and the men deserved it, just like I deserved it. So I just got lucky. I am not an outlier. My wife is an outlier because she stayed and she had the communication skills to get through to me, and if I started to finally fucking listen and blah 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 blah, right? Fine. I'm not the outlier though. My wife would be the outlier in this case, not me.
You're not going to give yourself any credit for listening?
Why would I give myself, hold on, think about that. Why would I give myself credit for finally doing something that I should have been doing the whole time?
Because no one's perfect. Humans are not a perfect species.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. Not about being.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have done it. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done it earlier, but I hear what you're saying, but you're not giving yourself any credit for, no, not all people listen the first time or the second time.
You're missing the point.
That don't mean they're bad people.
Sir, ask my wife, not me. Why do I got to be the one to tell myself that I'm a good person and I got to give myself cookies? If my wife want to tell me I'm good, I'll listen to her. If my wife says she loves me and she appreciates my growth, I will listen to that. Me personally, though, no, I'm not going to do that. That's crazy. For doing the bare minimum. For doing the bare minimum, right? My wife had to talk to me for years for me to do the bare minimum. Like, whatever I'm doing right now is the bare minimum. Like, I'm not above and beyond. I'm not, like, I don't know what the fuck. Taking care of your kids is bare minimum. Whatever you do for your babies, talking to your kids every day, cooking for them every day, cleaning up, watching them, helping them with their homework. This is bare minimum shit. I am not a gold star father. I wouldn't say I'm a regular dad, because I do. Once again, if I'm comparing myself to fathers, I'm better than the vast majority of fathers, but I'm not a good parent, right? If I'm comparing myself to my wife or other women or mothers, I'm not a good parent.
Very interesting, actually. What can I ask you? What would a father have to do to be good, not to be above and beyond?
Be like, not above and beyond, just be good. Be like the mother. Never. The other parent should never have to ask you to step up for your kids. The other parent. Once again, I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all. Now, you can tell me if you want to that no, that's not my story and da. That's fine. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say you've never had to tell your wife or your girl what to do when it came to them kids. She doesn't. She tells you what to do. Your wife. Go ahead.
That's not the case for all households. Like, it's a really blanket straw man's argument, because it's just like, one, you assume that all or most men in your situation have to be coached, lack emotional intelligence to be able to enter a relationship or a marriage in a healthy manner. And now, if you said some, cool, we got an argument here. But when you say words like most, you're saying the vast majority of men fall into this space. Yeah. And when you start saying stuff like that, it's where you drawing your census pool from. What culture do they derive from? Regionally, where are they? And what group of people are we talking about? And does it vary?
It's across the globe. It's across the globe. So, it is not just in America.
So you've been across the globe, and you
there's studies. Hold on. See, you don't. And Sam, I promise you, that when it comes to this, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do in real life. I don't give a fuck what you do off this app. Sir, I don't care what you do off of this app, right? In your real life. That's your thing. But I'm telling you, in this space, in this arena, you don't know what you're talking about.
In this space,
right now, I'll ask you, let me ask you a question. Are you, Hanson, do you have kids? Hold on. I'll ask you personally.
I do not have
you don't have kids. Are you married?
I'm not married.
So you're not married, you don't have kids. So you can't speak on it on a personal level. Okay. So let's keep going. Hold on. I'll keep going. Now, what data do you have? What data do you have to substantiate the claim that this doesn't apply to most men? By what metric? Because I'll give you a ton. How do you want it? By what metric do you want me to gauge this by? Do you want to talk about? Hold on.
What the metrics were?
There's so many.
No, excuse me.
There's so many.
Provide them. If you're gonna say something, I didn't make the statement saying most men are X, Y, and Z. Just like I'm not gonna make the statement most women are X, Y, and Z. So if you are saying most fathers are X, Y, and Z, tell me from where you are looking. What is the demographic? What are the cultures involved? And what are there any changes or deviations per demographic? Now, if you can't say that, what you're spewing is an emotional fallacy. You feel this way because you are emotionally charged. So you're going to get up on TikTok. You're going to grab a nice little group of followers.
Okay. That's when you are. I don't really need to hear all of that. I'm done with the grandstanding. You can just finish your statement. Okay. I don't need to hear all the rest of that. I heard what you said. Now I'm going to respond. Okay. I got you. And Sam, you're gonna get dropped, brother. You can drop, or you're going to get dropped, but you can't. You need to shut up. I promise you, it ain't gonna work. You can go. If you need to go, you can go. I get it. I know this shit is triggering, and you act like a child, but this is not the space for that. So I'm gonna keep going. Hold on. You asked me for evidence. Do you want it or not? Or do you want to keep yapping? There is no little community.
Why do you just say, hey, the best thing for a man to do is be like, the best is be like the came out of your mouth.
Okay, answer.
Hey.
Okay. So basically, what's going on here is, Ansem, do you want to hear the answer, or do you want to keep crying like a baby?
You might as well just kick, because the problem is, I let you. And see, the thing about you hosts, you think that mute button's gonna really just kick.
You just
got it.
Hold on, y'all. Let him go. He triggered y'all. Let him get it out. Let him get it out. Don't mute him no more. Let him get it out, y'all. He want to get it out. Go ahead. We listening, man.
Just don't mute me. Just don't mute me.
We listen.
Just don't mute me and just take this piece.
We listen.
You got this? All right, cool. So check this out. Just like I said, if you have that blanket statement out to all fathers, then where are you getting your information from? What fathers are you talking to? What group of population or race do they come from? And does it differ between?
You already asked that fucking question. Now shut the fuck up and let me answer it. You already asked the question. You don't want me because you won't shut up. Be quiet. Shh.
It's a little piece of homework.
You don't want me to answer it, obviously. Hold on. Ansem, do you want me to answer it, or do you want to keep crying?
That's the problem. Okay. So I'm going to continue saying what you have to do in order for you to come down to this.
A man that has no children, no wife, nothing, right? We got a broke nigga. We got a broke nigga on the panel. No woman, no wife, crying. He don't got a girlfriend. He crying about. He trying to tell me about relationship dynamics. Now, let's keep going. So I'm a speak on this. If you want the numbers, right? Now, we know that men are most responsible for the majority of abuse in a relationship, physical, emotional, and otherwise, right?
Well, just kick me.
You got it. I'm gonna answer his question, right? Because he can't. I mean, he is a crash out. So yeah, the reality is that if you want to know where I'm getting this from, right? It's every single fucking study. Every single study. I'm not playing. Every metric. This is not an exaggeration. Every metric. When you talk about a woman being in close proximity to a man, by every metric that matters, women do worse. The closer she gets to men, women do worse. That's just the reality. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. Women who are in close proximity to men, they live shorter lives. They make less money. They're less happy. They're less healthy. What more evidence do you want than that?
I don't know, Paul, because my grandfather passed away before my grandma.
This is not about your grandmother or your grandfather.
But I understand that example you gave.
No, it wouldn't. Your grandmother could live longer. That's fine. This is not about you or your family personally. I don't know them, couldn't care less. My grandfather is still alive. My grandmother died damn near 10 years ago or more than that.
Yeah.
So what's the point? I don't care. That's irrelevant to what I'm saying. So anyways, by every metric that matters, women when they are with men, they do worse. That's just reality. You think that's different for children? you think that's different for kids? Think about that. When the outcome of the children is almost like is so connected to the health of the woman, right? You're telling me that the closer a woman gets to a man, the worse off she is, but the kids are good. Somehow the kids are good. Like, that don't make sense. That doesn't make sense. If they make less money, they're less healthy. They're less, you know what I mean? Like, by every metric, women do worse when they get with men. Men do better when they get with women. It is a direct exchange of energy, a sucking of energy, not exchange, because the men don't give it to the woman. The men don't give it. The men don't give it's not reciprocated, right? If it was reciprocated energy, the women would do better. The women and the woman and the man would both do better, right? Now, to further prove my point, when we talk about divorce rates, which men love to do, all the women is leaving their relationships. Yes. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Why do you think women are leaving relationships in droves? Because they just got bored. They just woke up on a cloudy Tuesday and was like, I don't like this nigga. His feet stink. They 2-3 kids in, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years into the relationship, into the marriage, whatever. All their life is tied up into this relationship. They know they're going to suffer financially. They know they are. They know it's going to be tough for them. They know their life is going to get harder. All of that. They still choose to leave the man. Why? Because he's a great man? Because most men are good men? Because most men actually contribute and show up for them? Why would the women be leaving? That doesn't make sense. Why would women be leaving if the men are showing up? If the fathers are good and the fathers are contributing, why are the women leaving? Explain that shit to me. Make that make sense. You show me the study where it negates that. If y'all all know, everybody know these fucking numbers, and they don't know any. Everybody knows these numbers with no context, right? These men, they recite and regurgitate these numbers. 70% of women file for divorce. It's 80% on one day, it's 90% on another day, but it's 70% of women file for divorce. Yes, fine. Why do you think they're filing for divorce if the men are good? Like seriously, don't lie. Don't say that they just getting bored, that they monkey branching, that they looking for the next best thing, because the man is more likely to remarry than the woman. So you can't say that. You can't say that the women are the ones that can't wait to get out the relationship so they can get with somebody else. The man is more likely to remarry. That don't make no fucking sense. Go ahead, Pinhead.
I actually didn't know that. Is that really true? The men remarry more?
Yes. Everything I'm saying, you can go look it up.
Surprised me. That's all.
I know sir. I know everything I'm saying surprises y'all, and here's what I'm saying. Because if you knew better, you would do better. If you knew what I knew, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you knew that already, what would we be arguing about? Unless you don't like facts all of a sudden and you don't like stats all of a sudden. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm telling you the shit that I've learned. Like, fuck me, my personal story aside. It's just the shit that I've learned. Women are not, everything that you've heard about women from men is a fucking lie. Everything that, all the red pill content, all your uncles, the shit your daddy told you, lies. Lies. Women want providers, protectors, blah, blah, blah. Lies. It's a lie.
If that is a lie, why do women want men? I mean, because they do. I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, women do want men, or they wouldn't be going. They wouldn't want to be with a man, right? Hold on a second. Women want men for. You saying that women don't want a provider?
No, I'm saying that men say, when you ask a man, what do women want from men? And they say a provider and a protector, right?
Yeah.
But the idea for men, when they say provider and protector, is a man who makes all the money and a man who is going to get up in the middle of the night and go downstairs when he hears a bump or a thud downstairs. That's what he thinks a protector is. And that's what he thinks a provider is. And I'm telling you that that's not how women view providership or protection. Any rational human being in a relationship wouldn't view it that way. Man or woman. Nobody should view it that way. It's fucking stupid. Right? It's so much deeper than money. It's so much deeper than physically protecting a person from a threat, from a unforeseen, fictional fucking threat that's never going to happen. The protection is you protecting her from yourself, right? And the provision is you providing a safe space for her. That's the protection and the provision. Men always, because men would rather focus on money, right? So they created a system where women are artificially reliant on men for finances, right? That's how our system, even to this day, that's how it works. Like if a woman has a child, even then she's reliant on a man in most cases, still, right? So women are tied to men, tethered to men, especially when they have kids, right? Or you can, in this case, you can say, since we're talking about this, specifically when they have kids. And then then men run around saying that women need them for providership, as opposed to men going, oh damn, the system is fucked up. Women shouldn't need us to provide for them financially in a world full of abundance. In a world full of this much waste, right? Why doesn't everybody have everything they need? Why did this woman's children have to freeze to death at night in a car?
I actually don't know the story of the background.
Yeah, she has 4 kids, 2 of them or 3 of them with this man, 2 of them froze unalive from hypothermia in a car because they were living in a van, and he wouldn't come pick them up. She pleaded with him constantly to come get the kids. She needed help, and he never showed up. That's what happened.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously a whole lot more. He sounds like a piece of shit, obviously, Yeah. And I don't know what, I mean, so why were they like that in the first place, right? Could he have saved them? Could this whole thing have been prevented just off of his actions or his inaction?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, then you should see jail for a long, long time, Yeah. I don't know. Is this a news story or?
Yeah, it just happened. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But this is common though. this is just another example of that.
No. Yeah.
This is common, right? But this is a systemic. I feel
like what you're speaking to is a societal issue.
It's a systemic failure. Yeah. It's not just him and it's not just her. It's a systemic failure. She asked the government for help. Why does she need to ask the government for help? Why do we have kids that don't have places to live? Why do we have mothers with children that don't have enough food, that don't have shelter, safe places, warm places to stay, and places where it gets fucking freezing cold? Like, what are we doing? Right?
I don't know how to fix this.
Easily. Just get rid of capitalism. Replace it with communism or socialism or anything.
I don't believe communism or socialism would be. Well, that hasn't been implemented successfully in this country, at least I would say.
Yes, it has. Everything you like about this, everything that you depend on in this country is a socialist idea. Everything. And everything that's hurting you is rooted in capitalism. Everything. Everything.
You really believe though that like socialism would be better than capitalism?
It is better than capitalism. That's not my opinion.
What countries can we point to that are socialist?
That's not how this debate would go. It's not how it works.
Well, then how would we see a good example?
That's like saying what black people can't run their own countries. What African country in the last 200 years has thrived and not acknowledge the systemic oppression that Africans face? See what I'm saying?
Oh, sure. Maybe I hear what you're saying, but you're saying like it's so easy, just make the switch. But like I don't think anything's that easy. How many years would it take?
A year. Right? Immediately.
A year. Okay. I don't know. I wouldn't know what that looked like though, because you would have to kind of look at the other country, to make a switch like that.
You know what are the happiest countries on the planet?
What are the I don't know. Somewhere in Europe.
In Europe, close. Mm-hmm.
Goodness, I'd throw a name out there, but I would be completely wrong.
Name a country.
I don't know. Something like Denmark.
Denmark. Okay. Yep. Yep. Keep naming them.
Denmark, like Switzerland.
Mm-hmm. Sweden. Mm-hmm.
Sweden, Switzerland, Ireland, maybe even.
Nope.
No,
not Ireland. Norway, Iceland, Finland. Yeah. What do all of these countries have in common?
You tell me. I don't want to look stupid. I mean,
they have high levels of socialism. High levels of socialism.
But they're not okay. So it would be like a hybrid. It would be like, it would be a mix then, right?
It is in that country, but I'm telling you, if you got rid of capitalism and just replaced it with communism, right, it would be exponentially better. But every country where it trends towards more socialism, the country does better.
Okay, but we're obviously taking away the extreme examples of that, right?
Name a country. China is way better. China is way better than America. The Chinese people are healthier, the Chinese people are doing better than the American people.
Are they happier?
Yes. They're happier. Yes. Hell yeah.
How would me or you know that?
How do we know any fucking thing? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe other studies posting, China.
What is the literacy rate in America versus the literacy rate in China? What is the unhoused rate in America versus the unhoused rate in China? Like, what are you talking about? It's not even fucking close.
Okay, well,
you mentioned North Korea. North Korea
just covered all houses.
North Korea is just like Cuba, right? And it's just like talking about Africa. It's the same thing. You're talking about places where they have been heavily sanctioned and punished by the West, by countries in the West, and been isolated from the rest of the world. And you're saying, see, it doesn't work there. It's by design that it doesn't work there. If you leave a country to its own devices, right, and they wanted to implement some form of communism or socialism, the countries thrive, like Finland, like Greenland, like Iceland, like Switzerland, like these countries Denmark. These countries do way better. Two reasons. One of them is because of socialism. The other reason is because of the civilizations are very homogenous, right? So, like, because racism is a problem, we know racism is a fucking problem, right? And anywhere black people and brown people exist, white people will marginalize those people and try to give them less than everybody else. We know that. But in the countries like China, in Japan, in South Korea, and countries that are very homogenous, it's easier for things like this to take place because, everybody looks the same, right? Now, the women will tell you it's rough. It's still rough to be a woman, right? But at least they don't have to worry about so much of the intersectionality, right? Because, everybody's white in Switzerland. Everybody's Japan and everybody's Japanese in Japan. I mean literally, but you know what I'm saying? Whatever the 80% of the population, 90% of the population is Japanese, or 80% or 90% of the population is Caucasian or Finnish or whatever the fuck it is, right, in that country. So that's what's going on. Those are the issues. I gotta read these. So Nigel said, it's because he's killing two birds with one stone. Remember, give women terrible advice. Keep seed in boys club. That is 30 rounds approach. Until he said the first 48 alone proves men are diabolical. So Nigel said, ho, is you Tep? That man is a hotel. Where Ansem go? He ran until he said the only thing men provide is misery. Until he said drop Simsum the dumb dim some please. He's not like us. $5 on him, on that boy. We'll transfer that. Whistling said, ask Ansem to answer this. A plane crash on the border of US and Canada. Where do they bury the survivors? That would have been a funny question. I'm sorry. Until he said, I appreciate Pub's energy tonight. Thank you. I'm geeked. We geeked up. What are we doing? Are we still in the house? Are we still in the house? Okay.
Yeah, I gotta get going. My kids are waking up, and I just gotta get going, brother.
Yeah, do your thing, man. Take care of them babies. Be one of the good guys. All right.
Take care.
Yep. Be one of the good guys, man. What up? What up, y'all? Keep tapping the live, man. We only have 41,000 likes. What up, Shawnee?
Hey, public. I hate when y'all come up here and be like very disingenuous, because even there was articles even coming out during COVID about the inequality in the household, even when both parents had to basically like start working remote. Like, it was still women doing the majority of the labor in the household, working remote, and on top of that, having to help with their kids when they had to transition to learning. So y'all be like pissing me the fuck off when y'all be coming up here being like very dishonest. When you can literally look up articles about this just from 2021 up until now about like the inequality. So like, what do y'all even be talking about? Like, there was one instance, a woman, it was like a big story, like it blew up on Twitter. This lady was working from home. She owned a company and she had like 13 employees. She had to shut down her company because her husband was not like contributing,
helping
in the household. Yeah, helping in the household. Another instance where like a woman also like lost her job or something, or had to like put her business on hiatus because her unemployed husband couldn't even like manage taking care of their 1-year-old in the house. And he didn't have a job. Like, I remember in the article it said that he would intentionally have his child like go inside like their home office while she was working to interrupt her on purpose so that she could pay attention to the child, because he didn't want to do it. So like, once again, like, what do y'all be talking about?
I mean, the way in which that men lie about this and the conversations that they have surrounding this is here goes. C diff, come on, man. Don't do a C diff. Come on, brother. The way in which men have these conversations, you could just tell that they just be fucking flat out lying about it. C-Day, man, why you come in here instantly lying? Instantly lying. Like, just your default is just to start lying.
What I lie about?
You know what you lying about. You know you on some bullshit.
What I say? Because I said that y'all you never blame men all day long. Let me get up.
It is man's fault though.
Oh, hey man,
it is, man. Why is this so hard for y'all to understand?
Right, brother. I really think you. I can't believe the half the shit you be saying. I don't think you believe half this shit.
Except for I actually prove it. Like, that's the funniest thing. It would be different if I was like y'all, where I just be saying shit and I don't have nothing to support what I'm saying. But I don't. I've proven it to myself. Thanks, Jazz. I've proven it to myself. Like, see, Dave, I can't say I was once like you. I was never as bad as you. But I was I was out there, right? No doubt about it. And it wasn't conscious. It wasn't like I actively, like you actively fight against facts and stats and logic and the English language and whatever, right? That wasn't me. Like I didn't have the conversation. I won't say never, but I didn't have them in this way. Like I did all this shit prior to TikTok and prior to these spaces. My conversations were being had between me and my wife. They were being had in a you know what I'm saying? In the confines of our relationship. It was like, you're not showing up this way and you're not doing this and da 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 da. And I'm like, damn, I feel like she always needs something from me. Oh, she, you know what I'm saying? Like she always felt like she always needed me to do more. It was like I would do more and then she needed more. I would do more, she needed more. I would do more. And it was frustrating. It really was. And it wasn't until I was already changing and, you know, I was trying to be better and growing and all that. I grew up somewhat or whatever, but it didn't really start changing, honestly, until I started having conversations around Kevin Samuels with my homie. That like 4 or 5 years, like that was when, like, for me, I was like, wait, wait, that's dumb. Like, what? When I heard a man actually try to gaslight me, that's what happened. It was like hearing men try to gaslight me. That's when it stopped working, right? I ain't gonna even hold you. It was like when I was the one gaslighting, that was just my like go-to. Like I did that shit naturally, whatever. But as soon as like men tried to gaslight me, that was when I was like, wait, what? What you mean, lead with your wallet? Like, what the fuck are you like? Huh? What are you talking about? Like, that's fucking dumb. Like, and that's when the shit started to change for me. When I started when I would listen to my homie who wasn't married, didn't have kids, and he would say the things that he was learning from Kevin Samuels, and I was like, that's not how relationships work. That's not like what? That is not going on in any fucking functioning relationship. And he would be like tooth and nail, like, no, see, women are hypergamous and they just want a man that's 6 feet 6 inches and da 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 da. And you're in the top 10% of men, and that's why you got like. I was like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, I didn't understand it. That's what happened. That's when I started to like, wait, hold on. Am I tripping? Like, maybe hold on, maybe I do got this shit. Then I started to study. Then I started to listen to my wife more. Then I started to have these tough conversations. I started to put the mirror up to myself, and I was like, oh shit. Every fucking thing I believed was a goddamn lie. Everything I believed about men was untrue. Everything I believed about gender dynamics and relationships and all of that shit, untrue. Like 100% untrue. The complete opposite of the truth. And thank goodness that I have a brain enough to accept. I accepted it. I accept it as the truth and as fact, and I apply it to my everyday life. And that's all that happened. The difference between you and I is this. Your relationship with your woman, for whatever reason, she has not, and it's not blaming her. I'm saying this is what I believe. I just, from listening to you and your wife talk, your wife doesn't hold you accountable the way that my wife holds me accountable. Your wife allows you to run ramshot over her. She has allowed you to gaslight her to no end. And my wife did it. My wife was like, nah, that ain't gonna work. That's the only difference. That's literally the only difference between C. Dave and Public is my wife was like, absolutely the fuck not. And your wife was like, okay, daddy. So that's the problem.
Right. And that's where you're wrong. What? Yeah, so that's where you're wrong. So the difference between my wife and your wife is this. One, my wife is super duper intelligent, right? She understands that it takes two people to make a relationship work. My wife also knows that she has some work that she needs to do on herself, and that she is not always right, and that she does contribute to some of the issues that even in our relationship that we have. And she acknowledges it. And she says, you know what? These are things that I myself have to work on. She says, you know what, babe? You are right. Your feelings are valid. The way I did this or the way I did that, I had to sit down, reflect, and say, you know what? I'm the problem. That's the difference. My wife can look at something, hold herself accountable, and your wife doesn't. Your wife simply blames you for everything and made you feel like you're the sole reason for the downfalls in the relationship. And then she puts all that on you to make you do the change and make you do all the work. That's the difference. Your wife does no work in the relationship. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're the one that always has to do the work.
You're right. You're right on that part. I am the one that pretty much always has to do the work, though.
Exactly. And that's not right.
Wait. Why ain't that right?
Because it takes two people to make a relationship grow. It takes two people to make a relationship stronger. And it takes two people to hold themselves accountable in a relationship in order for it to work. When you
I gotta tell you something, C Dave. I gotta tell you something. I don't know about your wife. Has your wife ever lied to you?
Has my wife? I'm pretty sure she has.
My wife has never lied to me.
Okay.
Has your yeah.
And when I say, hold on, come out. Because we like to use words. You like to gaslight people. When you say lie, right? She probably told some white lie, but has my wife ever told me a lie that, like, quote unquote, destroyed the relationship or something that I was very upset with? No. She may say some shit like, I don't know, hiding a secret, like, hey, fucking surprise birthday party.
You know what my wife lies about? I ain't gonna even hold you. My wife lies and tells me, like, if we have to go somewhere and we got to be there at 1 o'clock, she'll tell me we got to be there at 12:30 because she know I like to run late. So she'll tell me, she'll say it's at 12:30. My wife, yeah, she definitely lied to me about that. Right. But yeah, my wife was never
talking about. But as far as lying, as far as the relationship, no, my wife has never told what I would like to call a real hard, serious lie.
I got you. Have you ever lied to your wife?
No.
I have.
That's you.
I know. But you just said that it's my wife has a lot of growing to do. My wife has never lied to me. I've lied to my wife.
No, I said your wife puts all the work
on. I'm telling you, listen to what I'm saying. My wife has never lied to me. I have lied to my wife. What work does she have? What work does she has to do? Where does she need to grow? I've been with this woman for 18 years. She ain't ever lied to me. See what I'm saying? Like, what work does she need to do? My wife has never gaslit me. What work does she have to do? My wife has never been selfish. My wife has never put herself before me. What work does she have to do? Now, once again, I don't know. From my limited relation, talking to you and listening to your wife and you talk, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what's going on between y'all, but it sounds very much like she just doesn't hold you accountable for shit, and she allows you to gaslight her, right?
Okay. So, example, how doesn't she hold me accountable?
Because based on what you're saying, it's to me what it sounds like is you guys. She has an issue with you. You gaslight her. You turn it around on her, and you beat her down. I don't mean physically, right? Emotionally. You beat her down, and then she goes, "Okay, you're right. I got some growing to do too." That's what.
How do you? My question is, I mean, you're saying these things like, what evidence or what have I said or she has said that makes you think that? Because
all your conversation. I mean, it's a lot. Like just the way you talk about relationship dynamics, how women owe you their bodies, and like all that type of shit. Like you're
lying again. Like you sit up here and you lie constantly.
Yeah, like this. This is what you do with your wife.
You know damn well I never said, oh.
Yeah, you do. This is what you do. This is what you do with your wife. The way that you talk to me and the way that you talk to us on this panel, this is what you do to your wife. And that's how I know, but it don't work on me, right? And it don't work on us, but it's worked. It has worked on her. That's what I'm saying.
So here's the difference. See, my wife would be like, yeah, you've never once said that I owe you my body. Right. No matter how many times I keep telling y'all that's never what I said, and you know that's not what I said, right? But you continue to lie and make shit up, and then you say it so much that you actually believe that's what I said.
Yeah, and that's that projection that I know you do to your wife too.
All right.
See, this I can clock this behavior, and here's what I'm saying. See, you have to understand that where you're at right now, I used to be like that too. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's easy for me to clock it. Like as a man, like I'm sure women clock this shit because they go through this, right? Like they get put through the ringer through this shit, right? Imagine being see, Dave, I'm gonna make us both feel better. Most men are like us, just so you know, to some degree, to some varying degree. Most men are like us. Most men gaslight. Most men don't take accountability. Most men do that type of shit. Huh?
I'm nothing like you. Don't say us. I'm
not. Oh yeah, you're not. Me and you aren't the same right now. No, I know we definitely were, because to a certain extent we're not, because I've never been as deluded as you are, but I definitely it doesn't matter though. Like the way that you, and I've never thought a woman owed me her body or anything. I never thought anything like that. I'm not talking about like our ideologies necessarily. I'm saying the way that we approach the situation is very similar. The way
I never thought that either, though.
You said what?
I said I never thought that either.
But you said it several times.
I said a woman owes me I said a woman owes me their body. I said that.
Yeah, I see. This is what I'm saying. Didn't
he say like withholding?
Yeah.
Like smacks is a form of abuse?
Yes, that's that gas. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's that gas. That's that shit. When you synthesize what these motherfuckers are saying and you just you put it in layman's terms, right? Then they go, that's not exactly what I said, nigga. That's narcissism. That's that narcissistic abuse shit, bro. So what exactly did I say? Verbatim, what's exactly what I said? Like, nigga, I'm not dumb. I know what words have implications.
You can't say I said something and I didn't say that. You can't say that. If I didn't say something.
If I said you smelled like ass,
right,
and then you said, so you're saying I stink, and I go, did I say that?
That's not the same.
It is literally the same.
No.
It is literally the same, it's the exact same thing.
Okay, so I mean, again, I made a specific point, and then nowhere in my point does it insinuate that someone owes you their body. I've never said anything like that or anything to even insinuate that, and you keep saying that.
This shit is crazy.
That's what makes you a liar.
You doing the thing that I know you do to your wife in real time while I'm saying that this is exactly what I like, how you're talking right now. And this, and I just got done talking to my wife about this. A thing that keeps me like on, you know what I'm saying, like on the wagon, so to speak, when it comes to this shit, is by talking to men like C Dave. Like talking to you, C Dave, and men like you, that is because I would hate to be like you right now. Like that it's so disgusting. Like I'm like, wow, like that's fucking crazy that an adult thinks like this. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy. Like I'm not joking. You think I'm not playing at all? No, I'm dead serious. Like talking to y'all, talking to that dude like Ann Sam, talking to 30 round and y'all, I'll be like, I cannot be like them. I cannot be like them. Like I just can't do it. Like I don't want to embarrass my wife like that. I don't want to embarrass my kids like that. I don't want to embarrass myself like that. I want to be in a healthy, happy, functioning relationship. And to be in that relationship with my wife, I cannot be like C Dave. My wife would leave me. If I reverted back to being like C Dave, if I reverted back to just lying, gaslighting, manipulating, playing stupid, you know what I'm saying, weaponizing my incompetence, shit, like if I revert back to that shit, that woman gone.
Right.
First thing smoke.
That's the difference between my wife and yours.
If your wife
told your wife to be accountable for her actions, if you told your wife, hey, you have to put in the work just like I put in the work for a relationship, she would leave because she
don't have to put in the same amount of work. That's gaslighting.
Hold on.
That's what I used to say to her, C Dave. I used to say this same lie you about to say to me about her, about the woman that I know. I'm trying to tell you, I've tried this before, see that it don't work.
Your wife has beat you down so much that
she never beat me down. Never.
Honestly, it sounds like your wife is the
No, that is you projecting. That is what you have done to your wife. You beat your wife down. Your wife is afraid of you. Your wife is afraid. Your wife is afraid of you. I'm not afraid of my wife. I love my wife. I'm not afraid of my wife. Your wife is afraid of you. That's why you can tell her sick shit like, oh, you got work to do too. When you a whole piece of shit, you the piece of shit. You got shit on your shoe. You want her to take her shoes off before she come in the house. She don't got shit on her shoes. That's you.
You think women don't have work to do in relationships?
See, that's gaslighting. That's a straw man argument. I'm not saying anything of the sort. I'm not saying anything of the sort.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
When have you ever on any one of your lives said that, hey, women, y'all have work to do? When have you ever said
about
that?
What? Yes, I've said it before, but about what?
You ain't never.
I just fucking, bro. I just had a live. I just hold on, C-Dave. C-Dave, stop. You're wrong. I just literally had a live. In the same live, Jones came up here and we were talking about how like abusive white women were during slavery and how they're as women, as men, and we had that conversation. And I was getting hella pushback from some white women in the comments, right? And then in that same live, because the day before I had talked about how I had made a comparison about how any group of people, even black women, can contribute to the oppression of a subset of people, right? Whether it be people, disabled people, children, LGBTQIA, whatever. And I made those comments. I had women attacking me for that too. What are you talking about? Like, what you're saying is just false.
No, it's not false. What I am saying is
I just proved to you that I've done it before. So now, so you can't say it's false. You can't say what I'm saying is a lie. It's literally, it's not a lie.
Right.
How is it a lie? Hold on. Are you saying that didn't happen, C-Dave?
Yeah, I ain't never heard you say it.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. Here's that gaslighting bullshit. I didn't ask if you heard it. You wasn't here. That's fine. But are you making the claim that I didn't say it is a whole different thing. So you're saying I'm lying about this in front of all these people who were in there. All these people were in there when it happened. Everybody was in there. BBG was there. Shawnee was. Everybody was in there when it happened, right? So I'm lying in front of all of these people to make a point to fucking C-Dave.
Absolutely, because they lie too.
Yeah, this that shit. This how you be lying, and this how I know you a sick motherfucker. This how you be lying to your wife. This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
The lives being recorded, right?
This is disgusting.
Like we were in there when that conversation was happening. But so why would you say something? Why would you even imply like this situation didn't happen when you
because y'all believe
they was here, nigga.
They were here.
They were here
when it happened.
Because y'all would sit up there and like I could say something, Pub would say he's lying, and y'all would be like, yes. Anything this dude says, y'all fall for it. He manipulates y'all on such a high level that it is funny, and y'all don't even see it. Okay. That's the funny part.
But you up here thinking you got more discernment than everybody in here. I doubt it. Don't piss me off.
I don't care about pissing you off. Come on now, y'all know that.
Like what exactly?
It doesn't matter.
We literally repeated verbatim the stuff that you said, and you said you talked about it's not said. Like these lives are not recorded. Once again, don't piss me off.
Okay, so verbatim. Have you ever heard me say verbatim?
Here go that shit.
Have you ever heard me say that?
You literally said a woman withholding. You literally said women withholding snacks is a form of abuse. Here, all the time, James screen.
That is what you said. Verbatim. That is what you said.
I said person. What I said verbatim is I say it again for the umpteenth
time. I hate this conversation, C-Dave.
A person who withholds snacks for the purpose of manipulation. Right? Manipulation.
Yep.
Punishment.
Yep.
Reward. Is a form of abuse.
Yeah, and then we read all that shit, and you were wrong, and we broke down that where you got that from, and you got fucking you got fried. By the way, I remember specifically Amanda was fucking frying you. She was reading it in real time, fucking cooking you. You didn't even know what to say. You was go to line number 13. She was like, bro, this is da 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 da. They broke that shit down because you was dealing with educated people. I was cracking up. That was, you know what was crazy? I had to process that shit in real time, and I was like trying to. It was so hilarious. I went back and watched it, bro. They fucking fried you. You brought that study up, and they fucking used it to make their point. I was like, what the fuck?
They didn't even read the study.
We did it in real time. We read it in real time. We was reading it with you.
That was the biggest issue. I think that Amanda Amanda was able to do that. We hadn't read the study. But the other thing is, I don't know who I had that bet with, but for the last, I don't know how long you've been up here, 10 minutes. It feels like hours. It's like Trump presidency time. Every single time you come in the live, you never actually discuss the topic. You always give these really weird examples and then spend the entirety of your time up here centering yourself.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So I hope you wanted that. So again,
and even better is that I can mute you because I don't feel like listening.
No, I don't care about being muted.
That's fine. But
stop it.
I think the weird part about it is that this really grandiose sense of self that you have that doesn't work on us but works on your wife has led you to believe that that's how it works on a consistent basis, that people are forced to listen to you because in every other aspect of your life, you have figured out how to wield power against people who don't have the ability to combat that against you, except in this space. That doesn't happen. And you have people who are more educated than you, who are more well-versed than you, who have more control than you do, who know how to treat other people with empathy and kindness, and that pisses you off real bad. Because when you go home to that lady and you tell her that the sky is purple, all she has to do is listen because she has to live with the imminent threat of being knocked between the washer and the dryer. But here, there are no washers and there are no dryers. Everybody just gets a chance to eat you up on their own accord while you go and Google random things that you have not read and embarrass yourself because people will go back and read the fine print. Why? Because we not your wife. We don't believe what you say just based off you saying it.
That's the problem.
But the thing is, my wife is 10 times smarter than everybody else.
No, man, that's a lie. See, Dave, that's a lie.
Let 2 steps behind herself.
Let me finish.
All right,
so
go ahead.
Yeah, my wife is 10 times smarter than everyone on here. All right, number one. Number two, my wife knows what abuse is, what abuse looks like. All right. Again, the difference between my wife and you is that she's just a better person than you. She's smarter. And she understands that in a relationship, it takes 2 people to be 100% committed. It takes 2 people to look at a situation and say, you know what? Yeah, I was a problem in that. And what you guys do is that you guys have no accountability. You don't hold yourselves accountable. And you blame everyone else for your problems.
Who are you talking about, women or me?
Y'all are pieces of shit. Oh. Y'all are pieces of shit. I'm talking about you too, both of y'all.
Wait, how am I not holding? Wait, you contradicting yourself. You just said that you just said, hold on. You just told me that my wife needs to hold herself accountable, but I'm the only one holding myself accountable. Now you saying we all do that. What?
You don't hold yourself accountable.
Yes, I don't?
You don't. Absolutely don't. You don't.
Then you're contradicting yourself. You just said that my wife has convinced me that I'm the only one that, and I believe I'm the only one that's fucking up in our relationship, i.e. holding myself accountable. And you said that she doesn't hold herself accountable. Now you're saying, oh, you don't hold yourself accountable either. You just be talking. You just be talking, bro. You don't even be knowing. You be trying so bad to like get underneath people's skin and like say shit that's offensive. It's not rooted in nothing real. You just do this I'm rubber your glue shit. The stick is crazy, man.
Part of holding yourself accountable doesn't always mean holding yourself accountable for the negative things that goes on in a relationship.
What are you talking about?
So again, if your wife constantly makes you feel like you're a piece of shit and that you always have to do work,
that's not what she does. She don't make me feel like a piece of shit.
Accountable and realize like, hey, you know what? No, I'm not a piece of shit.
She don't make me feel like a piece of shit.
I'm not the only one that needs to do work. I'm gonna hold myself accountable and tell her like, no, babe, you also need to do some work. No, the reason I feel this
I did that for too long. That shit don't work.
The only reason why he advocates for that is because he's the one that's holding his wife.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He doing that shit to her.
Accountability is an experience that you have within yourself. It's not something that you give to somebody. So he believes that because he chastises his wife, he disciplines his wife, that means that all of us are experiencing that. And honestly, when you're in a healthy relationship, you don't have to, you really don't have to do that. What you're talking about makes sense, but he's trying to blame shift and he's trying to gaslight because he likes the idea of pissing people off and getting them frazzled. That's the whole point. Because again, we've been here at this point 15 minutes and now he still hasn't mentioned the topic that's at hand. Are fathers are the reason single mothers fail? Are they or are they not? Outside of finances, what are fathers good for? He has not answered that question. The only thing that we have talked about is that lady with the crochet hair that he lived with. We've talked about his relationship. We've talked about whether or not he is or is not, he is narcissistic. We've talked about whether or not you want to take responsibility in your relationship, which has nothing to do with him. We've talked about me, and of course, you know, we haven't mentioned my abusive nature, but I'm sure it's gonna come up soon. That's the only thing that we've talked about because he genuinely likes that. Like he likes shaking up the room so that we focus solely on him. That's what it is. And he gonna get off and he gonna be proud of himself because there's no other reason for him to even being here. He come in here every single time, get in the comments, complain, and then get kicked off, and like takes pride in people collecting money to get away from him. Like that's it.
I gotta ask you a question, C Dave. Hold on, C Dave. Somebody
he throws shots at my wife.
You can respond. Hold on, wait. See that? I got a question for you. I want you to respond.
My wife is 10 times better than her. So
okay.
Well, wait a minute, but you just threw Public's wife under the bus.
I ain't even tripping.
Unprovoked.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, you did.
Right.
Yeah, you did. You made assumptions about a woman that you don't even know, and that's mad disrespectful.
And you know, see, and here's the gas. Like, who started that?
Me. I started it. See, Dave, you're right. I started it. I'm the bad guy. I'll take accountability for that. I did start.
I'm talking about.
You're right.
This is
I did it. Hold on, but I just got a question.
No, but
I just rolled it. We ain't gotta keep going.
I understand it, but I want you to see what just happened here, right? So she came at me about me throwing shots about your wife when we know, if she heard in 4K, who started it?
It was
when
me.
She didn't say shit about you. She immediately came after me.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. Your fans cyber slurp you all the time, and she's the same way. She does.
I think the difference would be though that the shit you were saying was rooted in a lie, and the shit I was saying was rooted in the truth. But I don't even want to get into that. Brianna got a question for you. She said, ask what does his wife need to work on? That's for you, C Dave. That ain't for me.
Okay, I'm sorry, say again one more time.
What Brianna wants to know, what does your wife need to work on?
Oh, so right now, like if you talk about like in the beginning of our relationship, like right now, we are in a place where we kind of worked on a lot of the things that we still continue to work on. So if you ask my wife and if you ask me some of the things that she needs to work on, it's being able to express how something is bothering her without being so upset about it, right? So I know you like examples. So if my wife says like, hey, you know, you're spending too much time with your boys, right? Spend some extra time with me or something. And this is an example, right? Being able to say that without being so confrontational and bringing it to the table and having a conversation about it. That was one of the things that we had to do early on in our relationships. What else? Being able to, I mean, like right now we're pretty good, but I had to go deep back in the bag. So these are things that she would, you know, that she would say like, hey, these are some things I need to work on. That's probably the main one.
Yeah. Her escape plan is one.
Her escape plan? Well, she don't have to have an escape plan.
Like a plan to escape, yeah.
So my wife can escape at any time she wants to.
Most kidnappers can.
Well, nobody's kidnapped her. She can leave right now. She wants.
You gotta have a plan.
But what plan?
Have you ever walked in on her practicing her jab?
No.
Or picking the lock?
No. So that's what I'm saying. Like, my wife doesn't have to do those things. My wife, she's very self-conscious. She knows what abuse looks like. She's a fucking 3 months away from completing her PhD. She makes really good money. Like she doesn't have to get. I mean, she's writing books. She's written books about this shit. Like, she's a published author. So I mean, again,
what's her book?
Because this is what. So she has a book called. She has a couple. So she's written some fictional books, but one of the books she has is modern day women and successful: The Power of Women. She has a book called well, I don't know if y'all don't want none of the fictional ones, but
what's it called? Modern Day Women Are Successful?
No, it's called Women of Influence.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the one that I think y'all would really like. It's called Women of Influence, and it's about particularly Black women and their influence in society and in the world.
That's the name of the book.
Mm-hmm. Women of Influence. But you want me to send you a copy?
Is it online?
Yeah, you can get it off Amazon.
What's your wife's name?
Amber.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll keep looking. I might find it. I ain't found it yet.
You ain't found it? Oh no, let me get for you.
There's a lot of books with women of influence. I didn't know that. I thought it was like the name was really basic though. I was like scared. I was like, it's probably a bunch of names.
Mm-hmm. She just published a journal. Y'all should go buy it, man. Support Black authors.
This is a journal. This is like a goal setting. This says goal setting and guided reflection journal.
You found it, BBG?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one. That's the one she just released. That was another one she released.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's not the book I'm talking about.
All right. Black Star said dogs eventually stop chasing their tails. And Tilly said, I appreciate Paul. No. Fo said, watch this nigga see Dave Houston shake across the stage. Your favorite irritation said, this random man who was my Lyft driver today was talking about his relationship and told me he doesn't like talking to his friends because they give bad advice. Smart man. For the men, if you ain't stopped listening to your male friends yet, today is your sign to stop doing it. Kira said, C. Dave is a remedial oppressive drive turkey. Hey, drive turkey always gonna make me laugh. Your favorite irritation said, I'ma say it. This blue life doesn't matter.
So the total title is Women of Influence: Stories to Inspire, Encourage, and Empower the Professional Woman.
Damn, it's a long ass title. I ain't gonna be able to look that up right now. Maud said, saying withholding smacks is, quote, treating someone with cruelty, end quote. Abuse is how a manipulator says, I'm owed your body. Yeah, exactly. That's how a manipulator would say, I'm owed your body. Elon said, she's already put in the work, fool, and women have. That's why she ain't got to do that. Also, I ain't really heard much your wife need to work on, by the way. Smarty said, men saying both is code for I'm not gonna do better until she is perfect. Surprise, she'll never be perfect. I hate these niggas. Cosmic said, C. Diff is the face of abuse. Shock said, get thee behind me, Satan. I rebuke you. Maud said, abusive men expect women to be angry without anger. Oh, wow. Lashia said, see Dave, a bald-headed lie. Oh man, Jazzy said, your wife is a dummy, man. Why y'all be making me read that shit, man? Come on. That's crazy. Kim says, C Dave is a horrible person. She just cut to the point. She ain't got time tonight. So if you would like, I would love for you to respond to the topic, because you made a comment about it in the comment section. So that's why I brought you up.
I was calling you a lie. But let's see. Fathers are the reason. Fathers are the reason. I can't even read that because we got so much shit.
Oh, fathers are the reason single moms fail. Single mothers fail.
Fathers are the reason that single mothers fail.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm part, but I think they are. I mean, partially. They have to totally. I think partially though. Yeah, they definitely play a significant role in it.
We can barely hear you. You sound muffled now.
I was saying, like, yes, they play a significant role into why single mothers fail. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the reason, I don't think that, you know.
They're the biggest reason. They're not the only reason, but they're the biggest reason. Yeah. Yeah. I would say between single fathers and between the fathers and the system, both. And I give it.
There's a bunch of reasons. I mean, okay, so you said they're the biggest reason. I wouldn't say they're the biggest. I say they're a significant reason why. The biggest, I don't know. I would put that on both. I think both the mother and the father are the biggest reason why they fail.
Okay. Well, I mean, made it worse. So how do single fathers contribute to the failure?
So we're talking about single father. For one, I believe that a two-parent household is the ultimate success.
That's not what I asked you. How do fathers contribute? That's what I want to know.
I'm answering your question.
That's not answering it.
How you know it's not answering? You
it has nothing to do with it.
What?
Has zero to do with what I just asked you. How do fathers? Because they're already single. So you saying a two-parent household? That's irrelevant. So
I understand English. And I can answer your question.
All right, please.
Instead of you cutting me off in 2 seconds into it.
All right, I just be wanting y'all to answer the question. That's it.
I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
So again, I think two-parent households are the ultimate success for children. So when one parent leaves, i.e. the father, and he is not available, it leaves the other parent to do the majority of the work in as far as the raising the children. So by the mere
we can barely hear you. See that? I'm not trying to interrupt you. I can barely hear you though. You sound real low.
I was saying by the mere absence of fathers causes significant damage. So even if you want to be a good father or whatever the case may be, if you are not there in your child's life, you are significantly impacting the children that you have helped create. So just by that fact, you are a problem if you are not there. So that's how I believe that, like, they're part of one of the biggest reasons. And even if they are there, a lot of times I think we in society have conditioned men to think that only providing finances is the only way that fathers are contributing or should contribute to raising of children, when being a father is much more than just that.
Yes, but you didn't answer my question. How do fathers? Okay, so are you just saying like their absence?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Their absence.
Just their absence. Okay.
So how are fathers contributing? Their absence is contributing.
And how does their absence contribute to it? In what way?
Because you're not there. So you're not there to guide. You're not there to teach. You're not there to discipline. You're not there. So the child grows up without any of that. And they typically, what happens is they lash out.
Wait. Why do you say they grow up without any of that? Are they raised by wolves at this? Like, they still have a mother. So I'm not. What do you mean?
Well, just because they have a mother doesn't mean that she's doing a good job either.
And just because a dad, hold on, wait, and fathers, you would have to apply that logic both ways. You're saying you just tried to this is what I'm saying about you got to use your words better than if this is not what you mean. The implication here is that fathers are the only ones who do the things that you just said. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I know that. So I'm saying choose a different way of saying it, because that's what you just implied.
That's not what I just implied. That's not what I just implied. So by saying we know that if fathers or parents, if one parent is gone, right, that leaves a void in the child. And that in and of itself is problematic. When a child is growing up, they want both parents, right? And if one of the parents is gone, that child, we see it all the time, typically has behavioral issues. They lash out. They feel unwanted simply by that parent not being there.
That's not true. That's not true though. But so see Dave, because you've actually said this before. See Dave, you've actually said this before. Okay, so when a single father has a child, right? Have you not used that same stat that I've heard so many dudes regurgitate about how single fathers raise better, you know, the outcomes of the children is better when they have a single father? Is that not, have you not said that many a times? Because I've heard you say it many a times.
So yes, so typically
okay, yes. So why? So if it's just simply the absence of a parent, then why, when a single father is in the child's life, then the kids fare better than when it's a single mother? Once again, because I'm telling you, the things, this is not, I'm not trying, I'm giving you all the room in the world. I'm doing it in real time. So you can't say later on, oh, I didn't say that. The implication is that without a parent, no matter the circumstance, without a parent, the child is going to lash out. The child is going to have, there's going to be negative consequences, right? So why doesn't that same logic apply when the father has the, is the custodial parent?
The same logic does apply. Just because one is better off doesn't make it perfect, right? So even if you are a single father and they say that single fathers fare better than single mothers, that doesn't mean that the father is voiding the absence of the mother in that particular space. The child is still going to want their mother. They're still going to have issues if their mother is not around. Even if that single father is doing everything he can and he's the best father in the world, that child will still have issues of abandonment with their mother.
These are assumptions.
That's not assumption. This is proven.
By where? By when? By who? By what?
By scientists, by people who study this.
What scientists is proving this?
Social behavior. The absence of a parent. Brother, like, you can't be up here doing all this argument and you don't know this. The absence of a parent, right, is one of the most single indicators of a lot of child behaviors.
It's not, wait, but it's not though.
Like this. If a 7-year-old, right, is in class and they have Parents' Day or Parents' Night, right, and they see other children with their parent, their father and their mother, right, they're going to have some sense of abandonment, and then they're going to ask, where is my mom or where is my dad, right? Why?
They're not. That's not, you're just making that assumption. What are you talking about? That is such an assumption you're making right now. That's crazy. Based on what? If they have two mothers, you think they're going to be like, where's my daddy? Nigga, they don't give a fuck. If they got a grandma and a mama, they got two aunties, they don't get them kids. Hey man, the baby's gonna be all right. Kids are okay without a biological, like, they don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? They don't. They don't give a fuck. They don't even know.
So even if grandma steps in and takes care of the children, and their brothers, they're still going to say, hey, where's my mom? Even they're going to grow up looking for that. Why do you think children, when they grow up and they've never seen their daddy, they go out and try to reach and find their father?
Because of society.
They're going to reach and find their mother.
Because of society.
If it didn't bother them, why would they do that?
Because of society.
Because of
yeah.
They want to know who their fucking parent is. Like you.
I don't think. I grew up in a. I mean, this is all anecdotal because you ain't giving me no stats, so I'm gonna use anecdotal experience on this one. My brother never met his daddy. He don't give a fuck about his daddy. Me and my brother, I've told my brother, as of now, I think my brother won the daddy lottery, right? Because my daddy was in and out, but almost every interaction I had with that man, it was abusive. Whereas with my brother, you know, the abandonment was, I was abandoned, but I was abandoned a bunch of times. I wasn't abandoned one time. I was abandoned like over, the wound just kept getting reopened from this motherfucker on top of other shit he was doing. You know what I'm saying? So I think my brother won in that regard. Like, I would have rather not ever known my father. I would have rather have never have met that motherfucker at this point.
So your experience is this, is that you've met your dad and you determined that he was abusive and that you no longer needed him in your life. I
never needed him in my life.
Right. You have the answer to your question, right? Because you know your dad, you know him, you know he exists, but you don't like the person he is. So you've made a decision that I don't want this man to be in my life. I have nothing to do with him.
I've never needed him in my life. And my brother just figured that shit out when he was younger. The only difference between me and my brother is my brother figured that shit out when he was younger.
Right. So, but that's vastly different than a child who has never met their parent, right?
Like my brother?
Who has very small knowings of their parent.
Oh, you mean like my brother?
They're going to want to know who their parent is.
Oh, you mean like my brother? Like the man I'm fucking talking about who don't give a fuck about knowing who his dad? Like, again, you mean like my brother? You mean like my sister who never met her dad? I've never heard my sister talk about, I'm trying to find my daddy. They don't give a fuck.
I guarantee you, if you ask your mother, has your sister who's never met her dad, has she ever asked about her father?
That's not the same thing, Dave. Asking about your father and having a desire, a deep. Hold on, Dave. Hold on, Dave. Listen to what I'm saying. If you were trying to make this an extreme, it's stupid. I'm not saying that children don't ever get curious, and that's not what we're talking about. The whole point in this was you trying to say that their behavior, they're gonna have all these behaviors and lash out and yada yada yada. I'm saying that's fucking cap. I'm saying you just making that shit up, right? So yeah, a kid may ask at some point in time, "Hey, you ever met my daddy?" That don't mean, oh, see, they really get like, nigga, that nigga don't give a fuck. You not losing no sleep over that shit. Just because they ask don't mean they actually give a fuck.
Yes, they do. If a child who hasn't had the opportunity to meet one of their parents, they're going to want to know who their parent is. Now, you may not see this.
What does that mean?
4, 5, or 6 years old, but as they get older, they're going to want to know who their parent is. They're going to want to know why their daddy or their mother left them. They're going to want to know, why is it that my dad never wanted to be a part of my life? Why? And then they have a lot of issues with this. This has been well documented.
Where?
Oh my God.
Where?
Even if I bring up.
Where? No, don't do that. Don't wiggle up out of it. Where? Where has it been well documented, Dave? Where?
This has been documented on many social.
Where?
I'm gonna get it for you.
Where?
What I'm confused about is how are you gonna seek out a person that you don't
know? Why the fuck do you care about the person?
Sense. Why would you, and I'm saying this from like personal experience. Why would I care about somebody who I don't even know? That don't even make sense.
Because you know you have two parents. You know you come from two parents. It's impossible.
That's not the point. Even though we know,
because you know.
Wait a minute, I'm talking. Wait a minute, I'm talking. You don't need to explain anything to me because I'm telling you this.
Yes, I do, because you obviously
no, you don't. You don't need to explain anything to me.
Okay, cool. So then, who are you asking the question to then? Paul?
I'm asking in general.
Rhetorical.
It's very much a rhetorical question because we already know the answer to the question. You're not going to miss somebody that was never present to begin with. Why would I go out of my way to seek out somebody who I never knew or met? Why would I care? I don't care. I still don't. And the motherfucker's gone and I still don't care. He's gone permanently and I still don't care. Even when my mom told me, like, oh, your dad, he passed away. I was all like, okay, and moving on. The fuck?
What's for dinner?
Why would I care?
What's for dinner?
Exactly. I was like, oh, okay. And then we moved on. I was like, I don't care about that man. I care about you. you're the parent that's here. That's who I care about. I don't care about, why I'm care about somebody that I never knew or grew up with. I grew up around a bunch of women. That's who I care about.
Man, yeah, this shit wicked. I ain't gonna even hold you. So I'm trying to figure out. So we got to the place where I'm still waiting on how men. I'm sorry. So I guess, Dave, that's as good as we gonna get, right? Men contribute. Men, they hurt single mothers because they're not there and the kids are gonna lash out or some shit like that or whatever. Okay. So how do single mothers hurt the situation?
All right. So single mothers a lot of times hurt the situation because they still feel the effects of whatever the relationship is. And then they pass on that hate and turmoil down to their children.
We can't hear you again, C-Dave.
Yeah, man, what's wrong with your mic, man?
It's your mic. It's your mic.
Putting your hand over your microphone.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
like. So when it comes down to a lot of mothers that are finding themselves in single households, a lot of the times they pass down the hate and the abuse that they suffered from the father down to their children. Right. A lot of times, and it typically happens a lot with boys. They'll say things like, you just like your father, or you or some shit like that. And that has a adverse effect on the child. So these children grow up, and a lot of times you hear them say, who was the first person that ever broke their heart? And a lot of times they'll say it's their mother. We'll have this
what? I ain't never heard that in my life.
You never heard that before?
Never.
No.
Oh shit! Well, hey, y'all learn something new every day. And then you'll have a lot of guys or a lot of people when they grow up and they realize, they be like, man, you know what? My mother was the one who effed me up. She was the one who effed me up. And it's all because
what?
And it's all because of how they were treated, how they were raised, and things. We often feel like the parent who stayed was the good parent.
They weren't. Almost by default. Hey, no. Almost by default, the parent who stayed is the better parent by default. I mean,
you're trying to give yourself more points if you consistently feed, clothe, care for, go to parent teacher conferences, plan birthday parties, do hair, plan Christmas, do homework with. If you're that person doing that, if you're the one playing with them, if you're the one who's there when they sick, you kind of by default, people do consider you the better parent because you stayed, because the other one did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Do you think that there are some parents who don't even need to be involved?
Yes. Men, fathers. I've been talking about it all the time. I don't think most fathers need to be involved beyond money.
And that's your problem. This is why you're toxic.
No, that's my problem.
Right. This is why you're toxic.
That's my problem.
Wait, how is that toxic?
Because he said it's just fathers.
He didn't say just fathers. He just said just fathers.
Okay, so he said fathers, and it is not just the fathers that don't.
It is just fathers.
A lot of times.
In most cases, it's the daddy. In most cases, it's the daddy.
No, absolutely. But to say just father, like that wasn't said.
No, it's not just fathers. It's you. Some mothers don't need to be in their babies' lives either. But the overwhelming majority of people, when you say that they don't need to be in their kids' lives, it's fathers. It's the daddy.
I know y'all having a super good conversation.
Go ahead.
But as much as I love the platform and I love the cousin,
do whatever you need to do.
Y'all, it is back to be able to subscribe through the app. Literally click on that yellow subscription button on the left-hand corner.
Let's go.
You can pay through Apple Pay. It is back, cousins. I want everyone who could not subscribe, go ahead and try it right now. If it don't work, go ahead and close out the app and reopen it. Thank you, Butterfly. That's my OG right there. She messaged me to let me know that it just started working today because I did try it earlier on Jones's platform and it wasn't working still. So it has officially started working, y'all. Please, if you wanted to become a subscriber, go ahead and resubscribe for the month. If you want to go ahead and gift some of your cousins some subscriptions, you can also do that. Please let us go back to supporting the platform. Y'all know TikTok been doing pub dirty the last few weeks since we came back. So please, we love y'all. Don't even send me no. I love y'all. Don't even send me no gifts. Go ahead and send them coins.
Send the gifts too.
Subscriptions.
We need it all. We want everybody to get some gifts.
I mean, to me, you can send
to you too.
But seriously, I love y'all. I literally only came up to say that y'all are having a great conversation. I don't want to cut it short, but please, y'all, go ahead and start the resubscriptions. I literally love y'all so much. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Luck.
I love you, BPG and Shawnee. We love you. Love you.
Hey, so go ahead and finish, C Dave. I'm listening, brother. So the women, you know, it was crazy. When I asked you about the men, it was real vague. And then when I asked you about the women, you was giving the hella details. You was like, oh.
I gave a specific point for the men as well.
Oh, you didn't have to ask you.
I gave a specific point. I said
you did. You were vague. I had to ask you I was like, well, how does that remember? I had to go back and I was like, what is it? Like I was like, how does it actually affect? You didn't answer my question, and then you were like, oh, and I just let it go because I didn't feel like going. You still didn't really answer the question.
I had to dumb it down for you. I had to explain it for time. Right. I literally had to dumb it down for you. I said the same thing 4 times.
Every time.
Hey, this nigga be saying anything.
No.
Remember them CD players that you could practice in and you could just like replay?
I have to explain it
over and over again, the same disc.
Right.
It's like we on track 5.
Damn, C Dave, you be saying anything, bro. That's crazy.
No skips. I love that for you.
That's good. I love that. So now that we've gotten to it, it goes both ways. Single mothers, even in his scenario, single mothers are literally just channeling or internalizing all the harm that the men have done to her, and then they give it to the child, which is fucked up. But at the end of the day, we're humans.
When you think about it, the math actually makes sense, and it really just takes a little bit of empathy. Even using the example that you have up here, it takes a little bit of empathy to shift the entire dynamic. Like, even if this man that you have as an example, even if he didn't care about her, if he had only cared about his kids just a little bit more, let's say she really was, let's say that they find out she's completely the kind of mother that he is almost claiming that she was. If he had cared for his kids enough, they could have been with him. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They could have been with him. She gave him the opportunity for his kids to be with him, and he declined without knowing his kids' whereabouts, without knowing where they were, without knowing if they had, a roof over their head, and those are his kids. And I think that that's a lot of what happens is you have the mom in one space. She's trying to figure everything out all the time, all at once. And of course, because she's trying to navigate what should be a village job, and we ain't even talking about 2 parents, we talking about grandparents, aunties, uncles. This is essentially a 10-person job. Mm-hmm. She's trying to do as one person. Then now you have the children suffering, and in this case, it's the worst case scenario. You have the children suffering because the mom is trying to carry the entire load. And a lot of time that is what's happening, is that men have dissociated themselves so much from the kids because they don't like the mom or they don't care about the mom, that they are literally willing to let the kids unalive. Mm-hmm. just to be able to say that she didn't know what she was doing, and like that's the entire goal. Mm-hmm. And when we talk about men being involved and whether or not they should or shouldn't be, blah blah blah, like we see the results of that often, that when they are involved, there's still a higher likelihood of them being harmful to the kids. But even when they aren't involved, it's almost like proof that they never wanted to be involved in the first place, which is really sad.
And what's like wild to me is these same men, they will go take care of another woman's kids. That's the wild thing about it. Like, you leave the kids that you made with another woman, you're not with that woman no more. So it's like, forget her. But then you get with another woman who already has kids, and all of a sudden you stepdaddy of the year. But you already got kids with the first woman, and now it's like, oh, you don't care about them. And then y'all be bragging. I wouldn't say bragging, but y'all say that your relationship with your kids is really based on the mother, and y'all take so much pride into that. And I feel like if that's the case, why did you have kids in the first place? But then y'all also, when y'all be saying that statement, and I've said this before on here, y'all also be admitting that y'all be trapping women. So you basically be admitting to like reproductive coercion abuse. If that's the only reason you got a woman pregnant is to keep her around, and now that plan didn't work because she left you, and all of a sudden it's, I don't want anything to do with the kids. So you're basically admitting to SA at the end of the day.
It's a win-win for the man, because then
that's a wild jump.
What?
That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Oh my God.
That's not the stupidest.
Hold on.
Nah, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
So you comparing a father who leaves that has children to SA.
What? Is that what she did?
That's what she just said. She said you're basically committing SA. Did you not hear what she just said?
I heard what she said. That's not what I got from what she was saying.
How's that? Say it again. What you said. So because he can't, because Plum can't hear right now for some reason. Go ahead. Say it again. What she just said.
Yeah. Go by all means. Tell us again, Shawnee.
So when I brought up the statement that men only want to deal with their kids based on the relationship with the mom. So if you only want to take care of your kids as long as you're with the mother, and then you're no longer with her, and then you think those kids, and then you're like, fuck those kids, that lets me know right there you had ill intentions to begin with when you got that woman pregnant. Because it shouldn't even matter. If you truly wanted kids, the relationship with the mom, it shouldn't be dependent upon whether or not you take care of your kids. That's what I said.
The way that women.
For my conclusion,
you said
I'm
coercion is SA. See, Dave. Coercion is SA.
Go ahead.
Yeah, coercion is SA.
So by that logic, I can come to the conclusion that you trapped that woman and got her pregnant in an attempt to keep her around. So that's reproductive coercion abuse. I know that's a term that most people don't know about because it's a very new conversation, but it's a very new topic that most people don't talk about, but it's getting more like awareness about like reproductive coercion abuse is getting more people have a term, because we didn't have a term to describe like that type of behavior, like stealthing. That is a form of like reproductive abuse, coercion. So you might as well just label it that, because you got that woman pregnant with ill intentions.
I want to say, hold on, wait.
I don't need to clean up anything.
Hold on. See, Dave, wait.
No, she's trying to clean it up now because
she's not. That's what she was saying the whole time. Technosis though, Technosis Glitch said this, and I want to read this because this is exactly what it is. Removing autonomy is removing consent, right? So if you, as the man, sleep with the woman and impregnate her with the intentions of tethering her to you, and that's one of the only reasons why you want to have that child, but you don't reveal that to her, you remove her autonomy, because she doesn't know that. Of course you're not telling her that. She thinks you want to have the baby because you want to have the baby. She thinks you're going to be a parent. She thinks you're going to be a father, right? Until now she has the baby, and then you start acting a fucking fool, and she's like, all right, I'm out. And then you pull a fucking Offset talking about you going to always be my baby mama. And then you go, what? Wait, that's what you did this shit for?
And that's listen to what you're saying. And that's sexual assault.
That's coercion. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because she wouldn't have had the children. She wouldn't have put her fucking body on the line. I won't say that in every case, but in a lot of cases, the women wouldn't put their bodies on the line. They wouldn't have a child with you if they knew you was going to be a whole piece of shit.
Wait, public. So this man can get up here and say that a person withholding SMEX as a form to coerce, abuse, etc., like is abuse, but you can't understand a man coercing a woman into having a baby is reproductive fucking abuse. Is the dummy in the room?
Make it make sense, C-Dave.
I never said there wasn't.
Make it make sense, C-Dave.
I'm gonna make it make sense. I never
it's sexual assault. No. It's sexual abuse.
It's two different things, right? It can be abuse without being SA.
Well,
it's
how?
Not SA.
How though?
It's abusive, but it's not.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, C-Dave. So the reason why it may be okay. We're gonna do this right now. Okay. So the reason why we're saying it's SA is because the act of SMEX wouldn't take place if he told her the truth, correct? Like, I'm saying, so let's make it as blunt as possible. If a man were to tell a woman before he sleeps with her, hey, I just want to, and we can do this on many levels, but in this case, we're going to keep it to having a baby. Hey, I want to sleep with you and I want to get you pregnant. But the only reason why I want to get you pregnant, or the main reason I want to get you pregnant, is to tether you to me, right? Because I always want to have access to you, right? Do you think that woman would allow that man to sleep with her? No. Okay. So same thing. If so we're understanding it. If a person, if you start having SMEX with the person and you have a condom on when you start, and then they or you, whatever, somebody removes the condom without the other person knowing, right? And you keep having SMEX with them, do you think the person would continue to have SMEX with you if you told them, hey, I'm going to remove the condom?
No.
Okay, no. And you understand that is SA, right?
Right. Removing
a condom is SA, right? That's it. That's stealthing. That's SA. Yes. Okay. So why is this not?
Well, this is not, because here's the core difference, right? Is that you're trying to assume that the only reason that these people are having SMEX is for the sole purpose of reproduction.
That's not, right? C-Dave. C-Dave, I got to stop you already. That is not what I said. I said, for the sake of the argument, let's say the man tells I literally laid it all out for you. So don't do that. There's no need to do that. Did I not say this? See, did you not hear me when I said this? I said, if the man were to tell the woman, hey, I want to sleep with you and I want to sleep with you for the purpose of having a child. And I only want to have a child so I could tether that child, so you can be tethered to me for life. That's what I asked you. And when I asked you, I said, do you think that woman would sleep with that man if he told her that? And your answer was no. So why are you changing it up now?
So you asked me to answer the question, and I'm answering the question. Right. You have a problem with
and we're saying you're a dummy, bitch. Because how? How don't you understand what the fuck is happening?
Your mama's a dummy.
And you know what? Your mama's a public. How long you gonna be on here?
Your mama.
How long you gonna be on here?
Your mama is a dummy.
Oh, I don't know.
She is. So, but okay, what's your point?
Right.
What's your point?
Your mama's a dummy. And she got a dummy daughter.
And you ain't, so what's your point?
Because you dumb too.
You gonna be on here for? Because I'm gonna crash the fuck out. I think I'm here to crash out.
You know you about to crash out.
Yeah, I'm about to crash out.
So go ahead and crash out. I'm gonna go on mute.
You magic mouth, gum drop, dead person, ugly ass, gorilla looking ass bitch. Okay?
Hold on, man. I don't want.
I hate when you get up here and act like you smarter somebody, like you the smartest person in the room, bitch. You is not smart. You is a dummy, hoe. You was on that wing with them other kids, hoe. You weren't in the inclusive classroom, hoe.
Come on.
You need to take your ass on somewhere because I done told you you ain't never gonna be the smartest person in this room. But you come over here like you be having new fucking ideas, Christopher Columbus acting ass bitch. I'm sick of you.
And this is exactly what me and I talk. She's the exact type of woman.
Hold on, see, Dave.
I don't give a fuck what you talk about. You gumdrop dick nigga. I don't give a fuck what a gumdrop dick nigga got to say about me. Okay, go back to homeboy jack y'all nigga. That's what y'all be doing at the country club with them other police. That's what y'all be doing, circle jerking each other. All of each other down and shit. You want to get on here, cosplaying the good guy for us. We don't give a fuck. See, that's not a good person. And if I know where you work, I'll call your job, hoe, and have your ass fired or put on suspension.
You want me to, you know what, I would.
You nasty mouth bitch.
I would.
You know, every time.
You want me to?
Nah, man.
Bitch.
Hold on, y'all.
Information.
I'm not.
DM and tell me. DM and tell me.
I'll tell you right now. 1,200. You ready?
No. Don't tell these people where you work at, CD.
Siri recording it.
Yeah, you got to pen.
I want everybody to come and aggravate the shit out of him. So you ask him.
I'm trying to give it to you. I'm trying to give it to you. You got to shut up. You got to.
Please.
They gonna take care of it.
I'm trying to give it to you. You ready?
No.
Go to.
No.
Oh, y'all want to
know?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's for you. That ain't even for us. That, see, Dave.
You have a wife and a family.
Like,
and you
like,
are
please,
a police officer.
please.
Why would we have to explain to you how unintelligent it is to give away your sensitive information in a live that is both live on TikTok with nearly 500 people and on YouTube?
Let's not do that, C Dave.
Because she ain't gonna. She ain't.
Nah, C Dave. It ain't about her. It ain't about her, C Dave. Did you not just hear what BPG just said? It's fucking 800 people watching us. You over here talking about 3,000 people gonna watch this live, bro. Like, come on, man. Let's not. I don't, for you and your family. I know you don't give a fuck about that woman. I care about that woman. Say, let's not do it, okay? Like, please, like, I beg you, don't do it.
Train on your mama, C Dave. You let them run the train up. Your baby brother ended up on somebody's couch somewhere. You could have had a brother, C Dave.
This is.
You could have had a son.
This is the exact type of woman that we're talking about. With your daddy
lame ass swimmers.
You are insufferable, and this is why
he ended up on the exact
example.
Hold on, but the thing you got to understand, C Dave, about Kate is she's only insufferable if you on the other side of it. Like, when you on our side, it's hilarious. I love it. I don't think that's wrong.
It's 10 out of 10.
It's 10 out of 10 for me. But if you're on the other side of it, I agree. But
it's not 10%.
But hey, but the gag is, C Dave, the gag is, that's the fucking point. She's supposed to be insufferable when it's aimed at the nigga. So of course you're supposed to feel like that. But for me, I think it's hilarious. That's me personally. I love it. That's me though.
Insufferable to the nigga she making suffer.
That's what I'm saying. She trying to make the nigga suffer, and he's like, it's insufferable. Exactly. Thank you. We cracked that case.
Look at you suffering. We not suffering.
I'm not suffering at all.
We not suffering. My mama and my sister, they not suffering.
Ain't nobody suffering this motherfucker. I'm laughing.
It's hilarious.
Saying somebody is insufferable, they should be insufferable like to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like,
she is insufferable to everybody.
That's Cap.
That ain't Cap.
I gotta call Cap on that one.
Well, you know, you're right. She ain't insufferable to you and to you and the people.
Ain't funny as shit to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
If she go outside this live, right?
She funny everywhere she go though. What you talking about?
My friends love the fuck out of me, ho.
You ain't lying.
What you thought?
That nigga said she go out this live. I know her out the live. She funny there too.
She funny outside the live. I have had dinner with this lady, and she's funnier in person than she is online.
She funnier outside the live, C Dave. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You say what now?
She's funnier outside the live.
Ah, shit.
See, they said I'm funny looking. Which one of the ones who ran the train on your mama you look like more? Which one of those funny looking niggas you look like?
Hey, hold up. Hey, hold up, man. Hold up. Why you been telling that? Hey, why you been telling that nigga his mama got a train ran on her? Where that shit? Where that shit come from, man?
She did, and she liked it. Your mama liked it.
Hey, man, where that come from, Kay?
She be thinking about them nights. She be thinking about them nights. She be thinking about them nights. She misses C-Dave.
And we think this is the one who's a good mother.
Man, wait, man. Hey, man, wait. I'm trying to figure out where did she gather this information from? Because that shit crazy.
She's lying, just like you.
How am I lying? I ain't saying nothing.
These are the type of people that you have. She's a liar.
I just woke up.
She's a
Go
liar.
ask your mama. Go hang up on the line and call your mama and ask her, did she let two niggas run train on her and which one your daddy?
I feel like 50 Cent. What did I do? Them other niggas ran the train on your mama. I just woke up. I had nothing to do with it.
Hey, that's her business.
What I do, man?
That's her business. Like, hey, that's her business. But hey,
that in between. That's what I'm saying. I don't even like. I don't slut shame.
It's funny, right? It's funny because
It's slut shame. She lived her best life, but I'm saying you don't know.
I've been told worse by better people.
Coerced. This nigga always. Never mind. Jay, what up, Jay? Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay. I can't. Go ahead, Jay.
That's like a lot of patience to do that. And God pray for your kids. I pray for you to be able to actually talk to people at some point in your life, but you're probably 40, so there's no hope for you. So stay on birth control.
Hold on, what are you talking about, Jay?
No, I'm talking about strong, but no, I just want to make funny. I said I just want to give you a hard time and say the Astros still the Dodgers' daddy. So
the Astros still the Dodgers' daddy. They some cheaters. We don't pay attention to cheaters.
Every day. That's what that ring stands for. So I'm just messing with y'all. I'll leave. I just, you know what I'm saying. I want to give you a hard time.
All right, man. Yeah, we don't recognize cheaters over here, man.
It's okay.
We don't recognize cheaters. Hey, hold on, wait a minute. Teresa said women and children's trauma are overwhelmingly caused by male violence. The prevalence of SA is directly related to depression in women and children. Drop. They put 5 on C. David. Tawana said, this is why having black cops makes us no more safer than having white T officers. Black police showing out for the white cop. Juna said, K, don't get this piece of shit narc no supply. Ma said, C. Dave is here to flirt. Go be with your wife. Appreciate you, Nicole. Tanigel said, we love K. Sweary said, I find K delightful. Cosmic said, Team K and BPG. Yeah, man, I don't even know what you're talking about. The insufferable shit is crazy. You know what? See, I'm in a precarious situation because if I ain't gonna even hold you. I do find most men on this app, it ain't even just on this app. I ain't gonna even hold. I do find most men to be insufferable. In my personal life, I've had this conversation with my wife recently. Men are just not, you know what I'm saying? It's something wrong with us, man. I know what's wrong. I be talking about it all the time. Men are insufferable in general. You know what I'm saying? Like just on some real shit. Like it's like, look, man, it would be what I would imagine it's like being a racist white T person, like growing up around a bunch of racist white T people, and then, you know what I'm saying, like deconstructing that shit, and then like, you know, being on the journey to not being racist, being anti-racist, and then still having the same friends. You'd be like, damn, y'all really just pieces of shit, huh? They all want to get no better. Okay. And it don't matter what conversations you have with them, they just gonna fight you, they gonna argue with you, they gonna say you crazy, they gonna gaslight you, they gonna do I'm rubber, you're glue bullshit arguments all day long, Darvo, all of that shit, right? And you just get to the point to where you be like, man, y'all just like not, y'all not cool motherfuckers. Y'all lame. That's most men. That's most men that I come in contact with.
They're not interesting. They're not funny.
Not interesting, not funny. Yep. Not nice. Like not boring. Nice. Not nice, Kate, which is also important. Got it.
Right.
Not even nice.
I ain't got no patience. Don't like kids. Y'all want to be husband. Y'all want to have a wife. But you don't want to be a husband and a father.
Don't you got a husband?
Okay. She didn't say every man, nigga.
So she talk all this stuff about men.
She didn't say every man.
Nigga, my husband funny as fuck.
Everybody on here talk about everybody gonna talk about how bad men are. Listen, they still laid up under some men.
Some of them, some are, some aren't. Some are, some aren't.
Can we pause for a second and talk about how he was talking about how terrible women were and how women don't want to take accountability and all of this stuff, and he also has a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Like the math, like it's not hard. It's not hard. The math is irony. It's
my wife takes accountability.
No, she don't. I'm sorry.
My wife takes accountability.
She's probably done taking.
My wife takes
after that. When you lay the belt on the dresser, she's done with her accountability. We know, like we are aware.
My wife can sit up there and say,
the rest of us normal.
Hey, see, Davey doing this shit to his wife.
But you're not normal. My wife.
See, they be on that drink a lot too. Y'all know what? They be on that drink a lot too.
Hey,
this BPG.
That lady hate to see him coming.
BPG, have you ever in your marriage said, you know what? This is my fault. I'm responsible for this.
Oh,
no.
Never?
I never have. And I never will.
And that's why you're trying.
Will.
Now,
my husband absolutely adores me. Even if I think I'm wrong, he gonna correct me and tell me that I'm absolutely perfect and I don't change nothing. When I go get hair, I pick bundles and I pick braiding hair. And when I tell him to fix it up, he go, yeah, babe, that's perfect. And I say, nah, I don't like that. And then he go, you right, babe, switch to the other one. That's perfect. And then when I say, well, I don't know how I feel about that, he said, you right, babe, you probably should have switched that. You know why?
Wait, why you feel sorry for that man?
I feel sorry for that man, but if you like,
you always trying to feel sorry.
That man, wait. No, that man happy.
You ever in your relationship?
He want women to be subjugated.
I don't feel sorry for that man.
It's a picture of Phil's phone.
Can I ask you a question?
Guess who been on the wallpaper, baby? My husband obsessed with me, baby.
Hold on, Kay. I want to play too.
So Scrooge, have you ever in your relationship said that, hey, you know what? I'm responsible. I was the cause of this. I take accountability. Have you ever had to say that?
Hold on, let me switch. I actually haven't.
So again,
not in this relationship with this man, with my child, my daughter said yes.
So again, so we have two women on here who have never ever been a problem in a relationship. That's a red flag.
Absolutely not.
I don't think that's what they saying.
That's what I just asked them.
Oh
no, that's what I just asked them, and they said no. So that's a red flag. So if you ask any person in your relationship, have you ever been a problem? Have you ever had something that you said, hey, you know what, I was a problem, and they say no? That's a red flag.
See, Dave, are you familiar? Are you familiar? Hold on, wait. Are you familiar with the idea of sarcasm?
That's why y'all toxic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the term sarcasm?
No, they're not being sarcastic. They're being
yes, they are. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna. You know what? No, they're not. You're right, see, Dave. You're right.
Sarcastic.
They're not. They being serious. You're right. My fault.
Let's be for real.
My fault.
I'm serious, and I'm serious because you can't.
Thank you. So you try to cap
Hold on.
Serious.
Don't show that lack of self-control.
She's never.
Don't show that lack of impulse control. C. Diddy. Don't do that. The problem is that you can't relate to my husband or Kay's husband, because the reason why my husband is willing to agree with everything that I say is because he is constantly having the opportunity to be behind me, not in the sense that he's behind me because of the fact that I feel like he's lesser than me. He's back there for a purpose. And when you have a wife that's finger licking good, then you can figure out what that thing is. You can figure out, if I promise you, if Club Wife come in right now and say, hey, babe, I need you to end the live. I need to talk to you for a second. And she give him that look, I promise you he gonna get on there. All right, y'all, bang the cash that one time. We want to thank everybody for coming in here. And he gonna end the live. You know why? Because he likes his wife. And my husband likes me. And Kay's husband like her. So it's not an issue with constantly trying to berate or belittle people that you actually like and people that you actually love. The reason why you want to constantly hold that lady accountable is because you want to remind a woman who, when I looked up her book, sis actually got a little something going on. Like, the reason why you're belittling her and making her feel like she's less than is because of the fact that if she realizes her actual potential and realizes the kind of person that she is going to leave you.
You holding her back, see, Dave?
She married a mall cop.
You holding her back, see, Dave? You don't deserve that woman.
She realized realize
I said that when I first heard her speak, y'all. When I first heard that lady speak on his live, I said, he don't deserve her.
Damn.
So, he don't deserve her.
You gotta humble her.
Hey, that's my hey, I ain't gonna hold y'all. That's my worst nightmare.
So let me
that's my worst nightmare, y'all meeting my wife and somebody being my worst nightmare is somebody meeting my wife and telling me you don't deserve it.
Let me speak for a second. Right. So here's the thing.
I'll be sick.
So here's the thing. All right. You know, here's the thing. I support my wife 100% in whatever she do. I support that woman. I want her to be great.
Better.
Right? Never. Hold on. Be quiet. Look, I ain't your husband.
Better.
Right? So
you're damn right about that.
Right. Trust me. I know. I ain't your husband. Right. So
my husband talking.
Again,
so appreciate you.
So again, if you ask a person, have they ever had any issues in a relationship, and they say no, one, that's a red flag. Right. Number two. Right. The second part is that, again, my wife is super duper smart, super duper successful.
The duper is selling it.
And
I believe him.
Right. And here's the thing, she doesn't need me. My wife.
Oh, we know that.
Right. Oh, yeah. My wife.
Oh, you preaching to the choir.
Right. So my wife can leave me right now and be perfectly successful, be perfectly on her own and do all those things. But here's the difference between, like I said, I keep saying the same thing over and over now.
So don't say it, C. Dave. If you said it before, say something new.
So again, the difference between my wife and you, Vince, is that my wife actually values me as her husband.
God damn it.
My words, my feelings, all of those things, she takes that and says, that is important to me.
You got it.
This is why we are together, because we value each other and we build each other up.
Bet.
My wife will tell you, in this whole relationship, that yes, there are some things that me as your wife have done that I know.
See, Dave, we got to move around, bro. I got you.
No, let me finish.
All right, please land that quickly, bro. I want to get to Texas Daddy 15.
Right, and I'm gonna be quiet.
All right.
And so
you ain't gotta be quiet. I just want to,
Right. So again, a woman like that is what keeps me in line, what makes me happy and what feels me. And I do the same for her. Y'all could never.
Y'all, I got a new name, Seaman Demon.
But I'm gonna go.
Hey, hold on, man. Let me read these.
Can I ask how long you've been? How long you've been married?
Hold on.
Let him do the super chats.
Hold on. I gotta do these super chats. Juniper said, C. Dave was made with scrambled sperm in no sense. What is scrambled sperm, dude? And Tilly said, oh, nasty mouth head ass. Free C. Dave mama. J-Raz said, if I was getting jumped and C. Diff responded and showed up, I would have just kept letting them jump me. Why you don't want them to help you? Lady Starfish said, thank you, Kate. You said what we were all thinking about that lion hater. 5 on the crooked cop. That's 10 on that boy head. Cosmic said, free C. Diff's wife. Put this on the weirdo C. Diff. That's 15. And Juna said 5 on C. Diff for talking shit about K's mom and calling BPG trash. Keep God in your life, fuck nigga. That's 20 on that boy head. Go ahead. You go ask me.
Y'all go ahead and buy my wife's book because I'm about to get booted here soon. Y'all go ahead and buy the book. Y'all will learn something great. It's a great book.
What's the book about?
Y'all follow her.
What the book about?
I downloaded it PDF, so
yeah,
I stole it. But and I am gonna read it. But you know what's really crazy?
She got some more books too.
Insane.
She got more books.
I know. I was looking them up.
Hold on, I gotta get this out because I'm about to get booted off. Hey, she got more.
You're not about to get booted off. You only got 10 on your head.
You good? You good? See, Dave? Calm down, bro. Yeah, let other people talk, man. Goddamn.
You only got 10 on your head. I looked them up. I don't know why. I'm not gonna address the name thing because, them books is not Dave, but whatever. I do find it interesting though that. Can y'all consider for a second somebody with a PhD getting advice from a cop? Because he said that like multiple times. He said that multiple times. And I had to sit in that for a second. Like somebody with an act and it takes a lot. That takes a lot.
It does.
And getting your advice from somebody who, barely got to do an aptitude test, you know what I mean?
The pride you must swallow to do that gotta be crazy. Gotta be crazy.
It's almost like he want to humble her. Like he want to keep her humble.
His favorite song is Humble.
That's nasty word.
I said that earlier that there is a science to that. Because there are men who intentionally seek out women who, they have a lot going for themselves. They're not unattractive women. And I don't think anybody has ever said that about his wife. They find these women who are pretty women who are, by all intents and purposes, should have some form of self-esteem. And what they do is like they inch away at that and they create a new reality so that those women almost feel like pigeonholed to them. And especially if you're in a relationship with somebody who is really accomplished and you're not, like you have to almost berate them, because if you don't, then they'll see their own potential and they will leave. Now, granted, there are relationships where, and I guess I'll use me and my husband as an example.
That's the
I achieve something, you go achieve something.
BBG, that's the spell.
Yeah,
it's a spell.
It is, and it's those societal norms that leave women in these relationships, because it's the game of, you got those degrees and you can pay for bills for yourself and you don't.
But you ain't perfect.
But who gonna hold you at night? That them degrees ain't gonna keep you warm. Never mind the fact that them degrees pay that gas bill just fine, and they pay that light bill just fine. Them degrees will keep. I have seen plenty of women keep warm by them degrees at night. But the game is like you lead them to believe that somehow you offer something that you actually don't. Because if they get around other men who offer that and they really start to put 2 and 2 together, it's over.
Yep.
So, C-Def, what you wanted to ask my husband, because he's here, he's been patiently waiting. What was your question?
I don't have no questions for your husband. I said that.
Listen at you.
I said you are okay, and I feel sorry for your husband. That's what I said.
He said,
I ain't got no
I'm
questions
abusive, and he feels sorry for you.
Yeah, I ain't got no questions for him.
I'm abusive.
If she was abusive, I would have walked the fuck out a long time ago. So you can chill out on that, though.
See, Dave didn't say anything, Phil. Don't listen to him. What up, Phil? See, Dave didn't say anything, man.
I couldn't do it. You like it, I love it. Like I tell everybody.
You couldn't do it because you couldn't touch me with you couldn't touch me with a plastic cord.
I wouldn't.
You couldn't touch me with a plastic cord. You couldn't.
I would rather slide down a razor blade.
Please, mullet mouth.
I would rather slide down a razor blade sliding board to a pool of
alcohol. Okay, Mr. Connect for a beard. Okay, Mr. Connect for a beard.
You could never.
Okay, Mr. Razor
Man, live with Mr. Razor going over here. So go ahead.
Yeah, them razors eating your ass up, ain't you?
People abusing your husband.
I ain't know. You getting stabbed infections, ain't you? All up in that beard.
So back to what I was saying.
Get you some tea tree oil.
Back to what I was saying again.
Tea tree will help with that.
So women who actually value their husbands and value their marriage will not put all the onus on their marriage on the husband. It has nothing to do with humbling women. It has nothing to do with you not wanting them to be more successful than you. It has everything to do about the relationship that you guys have and the quality of the relationship that you have. My wife understands that, right? And because she understands that both me and her both have to work at the goddamn relationship. It is not just me and it is not just her. It takes both of us to make this relationship work. And the minute a woman or a man or anybody says that the other person has to do all the work, that is abusive, that is a narcissistic attitude, and that's why a lot of these marriages are failing. Because
you sound slow, anal.
Because one person believes that the other person is responsible for all of the work.
How long you been married, C. Diddy?
Too long. Don't worry about it.
That's oddly specific.
Yeah. So
okay, Seaman Demon. Okay.
So 2 years. Somebody in the comments already said that y'all was newlyweds.
Newlyweds?
Somebody said 201 days of marriage.
201 days?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you done held a hostage for 20 years, but you just married him?
201 days. That's
Yikes.
Right?
That's wicked work.
You probably you shouldn't have put her. You know what? And they might be right, because I thought about that. You shouldn't have put that lady name on here for that book.
Why not?
Because then people can just look up how long y'all been married.
Because it's public record.
Because it's public information.
Go ahead and look up. Like, yeah, y'all can look up who? Y'all can look at me. Y'all can go to my page. My shit ain't
I'm
right.
screaming.
I blocked you already, so I can't look at your page.
And you gonna see it, yeah.
Yeah, I ain't blocked them Razor Bond yet.
You'll see how long.
See if they clear up. You ain't that tea tree, see, Dave.
So
I actually blocked him when I thought that he was CK. Because but then I left him black once I realized.
So people are saying we saw the wedding site. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. No, we renewed our marriages in 10 years. So yeah, so we had our wedding.
Put her book in her maiden name because y'all renewed y'all marriage. That doesn't make sense though.
What you talking about?
That doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
Because one book is Amber Davis and the other book is Amber Williams.
Okay.
That you don't see how that don't go together. No, like one is surely a maiden name.
Okay.
And the other is surely a married name. Like that's.
Right.
But y'all renewed y'all vows, so her name should have already been.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna get oddly specific about that, but
I bet you.
You know what, BPG? Some women don't want to have their husband's name in their professional life because they don't want him to be attached to their accomplishments. So
that's on the other book, though. That's what I noticed. I wasn't lying when I said I looked.
He probably made her change it on the other book.
I did look up the book. I'm not a liar.
She has a couple of different books, and you'll see a bunch of different names on the books. Like she has what y'all call what authors when they come up with their I don't know, I don't want to call it fake name, but she has one with that one.
That's not an alias. The pseudo name is something completely different.
Pseudo name. She has one that's prior. She has one that's prior to us getting married. She has one after we've been married. She has one when she was like 25 years old. I mean, she has a bunch of books out. So
this book say 2019.
Which book?
The Women That Influence book, and the other book say 2024.
So she has one for 2019.
She has one in her maiden name from 2019.
You don't know what year the book is.
Her married name from 2024. So the 201 days add up. Because that means she got married after that. I don't think there's anything shameful about that. I think that's the least. I don't even know what would be the point of lying about that. That's the least shameful part about the entire thing.
I'm not shameful about it. I mean, you can.
But I had a question about. I had a question for C. Dave. So,
but get that Women of Influence book. This is a good book.
So if my boyfriend and I are arguing all day long, and I don't want to apologize, but I do let him hit, is that coercion? Like, if I don't want to apologize, but instead I offer to have sex with him and then he gets over it, is that coercion?
So wait, say that one more time.
Right. I don't want to take accountability. I don't want to apologize, but I will give him some of that sweet, sweet loving. Is that coercion?
That's a form of manipulation, yes.
Okay, see, Dave.
Yeah, that's a form of manipulation. So here's why it's manipulation. So
is it sexual coercion?
So no, I'm explaining to you.
I didn't ask if it was manipulation. I asked if it was sexual coercion.
No, because you're not coercing to do anything, but you're manipulating.
Exactly. But if I say that I don't want to have sex with him because he's annoying me, that's coercion, right?
No.
I thought that was your whole argument, see, Dave.
No, that's because you don't listen.
If you're gonna do something that is gonna bother me, and I don't want to have sex with you because of that. That's sexual coercion.
No, so coercion is doing something that your husband or your significant other would not do, but you use sex in order for them to do it anyway. Something
right.
you know.
So you're gonna do something that deeply bothers me, like go out with your friends, and that's going to annoy me and put me out of the mood. And I let you know that. That's sexual coercion. But if I've annoyed him, and in order to manipulate him, I let him have sex with me, that's not coercion.
That's manipulation.
You don't make any sense, sir.
That's because you can't comprehend, ma'am. So let me explain too. Let me break it down dummy style for you. So coercion Coercion is if you are getting someone to do something that they otherwise would not do. So, for example, with the one that you just used, if your significant other was going to go out,
otherwise would not forgive me.
Okay, so can you let me explain it to you? Because you
no, I don't need to explain it to me. I actually have a master's degree. I didn't go to cop school.
Why you didn't ask me? Why you asked me the question then?
I just wanted to poke fun at your logic.
If you don't want to understand it,
logic is inconsistent. Don't make any sense.
If you don't want to understand it, then don't come up here asking questions. You specifically came out softly and asked me a question.
Like your wife, there's nothing that you can tell me that would increase my understanding of the world in any way.
Okay, I have a question for you, C. Dave. You keep saying that the relationship takes two, but if you're the one with the problem, what does your wife have to do with it? Hello, am I talking to myself?
Oh, I'm sorry, somebody put me on mute. So if I am the problem, then it is up to me to fix that problem. Right. But what we often find out is that in a relationship, it is never, and I say that with 100% certainty, it is never one person's issue in a relationship as to why a relationship fails.
It's not
two people. So both people have to recognize what the problem is, what part or what role they played in the dysfunction of the relationship, and fix it.
Okay. So if you cheat on me, what do I need to work on?
Okay, so again, that's everybody loves to go to cheating. So again,
that's a good example.
Right. So cheating can very well be 100% one person, right? But cheating can also be influenced by someone else. So for example, if I consistently neglected you, right? Physically, emotionally, sexually, right? And you go out and you sought comfort for someone else and you y'all had a relationship, a sexual relationship. I can say, yeah, you effed up by cheating, but we also have to look at the root cause and say, you know what? The reason I cheated is because you neglected me for years.
Why cheat? Why not just divorce at that point?
Well, I mean,
why betray? Why commit the betrayal? Two wrongs don't make a right, Dave.
So right now you're trying to go solutions, but would you agree?
So cheating is definitely not a solution. Cheating is just another betrayal on top of the betrayal that she's already committing. So if she's neglecting you,
I agree.
Don't cheat, leave. That's not her fault that you cheated. It's your fault that you were too much of a coward to leave the relationship and instead felt the need to go cheat. It is your fault that you felt the need to cheat and were such a coward that you couldn't just say,
how long does a typical divorce take?
90 days.
No.
I don't know. I just guessed it. Well, how long does it take?
So a typical divorce takes almost a year.
Oh, so now we're moving the goalposts to they're already separated and divorcing, and we're considering that cheating. We're considering that cheating now.
Can you pipe it down just a little bit? So again,
you're yapping so much.
Go ahead. Let me know when you want me to answer the question.
All right, I do want you to answer the question. I want you to answer whatever question. I don't care. Let me read these though. Black Star said, C Dave, your wife is still with your lame ass. How she take accountability? If she's still with you, she ain't take accountability. Nigel said, quote, How to Marry a Manipulator, unquote, by Mrs. C. Dumpster Juice. Is that her name of her book? That's a good title. Vinny said she should not let Simu promote her book. That's actually fair. Oh, Severance is on tonight. Hell yeah. Clarice Reese said there's no H in coercion. Coercion.
He'll do that every time, and every time we try to correct him, it's a slow ass don't get it. I got my mouth guard there, y'all. I'm gonna go sleep.
All right, Kelly.
You're the best. So now we're moving the goalpost though. It's interesting because we're talking about cheating in a marriage, but now you're moving the goalpost to if she sleeps with somebody while they're in the process of getting a divorce, that's cheating. I don't consider that to be cheating.
That's definitely not cheating.
No one asked you what you consider.
That's not cheating though.
But okay, that's fine. But when she said, "Why not just leave?" Right? That's what she said. Why not just leave? And I'm saying that you said, "Why not just leave? Why not just get a divorce?" And a divorce takes time. Like you can't just. It's not like you just walk up to the courthouse and say I want a divorce, and then y'all boom divorce. It takes time to.
Yeah, but the relationship is over.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is end the relationship, right? Instead of cheating, end the relationship first. And while you're waiting to get divorced and while you're separated, then you can go mess around because he knows you're not living there anymore.
If you're still hunching that, well, I don't know. I don't know how to, I've had this discussion many times, y'all know. I don't know how to tell somebody how I don't like telling people how to respond to abuse. But I will say in the vast majority of cases, for men, you can just leave because like who gonna stop you? But I don't feel like it goes both ways with women. Like I would never say like, why wouldn't a woman just leave? Like if she in a relationship with a motherfucker and he neglecting her and he, is abusing her in other ways and then she cheats on him, I'm not gonna be the one to be like, why didn't she just leave? Like, I don't fucking know. I ain't in a relationship. She could have been scared to leave. It ain't that easy.
To be fair, he didn't really answer my question of like, if you are the one, you are the one with the problem, then what does the wife have to work on?
I answered that question. So if I'm the one with the problem, then my wife doesn't have to work on that. What I have to do is I have to work on the issues that's causing the problem in that relationship. So my wife in that particular time, it would be what a good wife would do is like, hey, babe, this is an issue. I'm pointing it out to you. It's causing conflict in our relationship, right? Then it is my job to internalize that and be like, you know what? Yeah, I am fucking up. And then it is my job to fix that. So yes, if I am the one with the problem, it is not my wife's job to fix that problem. It is my job to fix that problem.
Okay. So why have we spent the last 30 to 40 minutes with you blaming, saying that Pub's wife does it like she just throws everything on him instead of recognizing that he's just taking responsibility for the things that he does inside of his relationship?
Because the difference with Pub is that his wife is telling him that he's the problem for all the issues in their relationship.
I am.
Right. And that's a narcissist, and that is no way possible. It is impossible.
How that's impossible?
You're
talking to the nigga in a relationship.
This
what?
This is why you're not very smart, Pub. It is impossible for one person to be.
It's not.
Hold on.
It's not, bro. You got to hold on, C Dave. You can't see Dave. You got to stop saying stupid shit and acting like everybody else is dumb.
How long have you and your wife been married?
Married.
Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Okay.
You already asked him earlier. Okay. When I asked him earlier, he said too long. Come to find out, this nigga ain't been married to this lady for but maybe 2 years.
Shit.
Yeah. And the saints in the comments revealed that. So don't answer that because he don't want to.
Longer than that.
So me and my wife been married for 2 years. Got it. Right.
Yeah, I've been married way longer than that. Yeah.
Right. We'll go with 2 years. So let's say y'all been married for 20 years. Right.
Close.
It is impossible for a 20-year relationship for one person to be 100% the issues in a relationship.
It's not
that. Impossible.
See, Dave, I think okay. So my wife isn't perfect. And I think that this is where the conversation kind of deviates, right? Where for you played this game of absolution. My wife isn't perfect, but is she the cause of whatever is like when we say issues, we're talking about, to me, like so we can add context to this. Reoccurring deep-seated, deep-rooted issues. She's not the cause of none of them.
Are you done with it? Yeah. Oh.
The nigga ain't even listening. I'm happy.
Got a point to prove. But I did want to say though,
hold on.
I think it's go ahead.
Yeah, let me finish real quick. So what I was saying was my wife isn't the cause of any deep-seated, deep-rooted issues in our relationship. My wife has never violated my trust. She has never used me. She's never lied to me. She's never gaslit me. She never. But that does not mean that my wife is perfect. Yes, there's been times when my wife has overreacted. Yes, there's been times when my wife has yelled at me unnecessarily. Yes, my wife has said something to me that was disrespectful. Yes, my wife has made assumptions where she was wrong or whatever about something I was saying. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Does that mean she's the cause of the issues in our relationship, though? Absolutely the fuck not.
Okay, so those things causes issue. Now, listen,
they don't cause issues. They don't.
So if your wife assumes something that is not true about you, or assumes that you did something that is not true, right? Then you have a fracture in the trust issue.
No, you don't, see, Dave. That's not how that works. My wife assumes that I did something, and I go, I didn't do that. And she goes, I think you did. And then we go back and forth for a while. And I go, I didn't, and I didn't do it. And then she goes,
not a trust issue?
And then she, no, and it's not a trust issue. And then she goes, okay. And then we move around, right? Unless
if you say so, then yes, again, if you like it,
where is there a miss? Wait,
y'all been married 18 years, 20 years, so y'all been doing something great. So I'm not trying to.
She's been doing something.
There is no relationship if you've been married for 20-some years or together 20-some years where one particular party is 100%.
Yes. There are abusive. There are relationships where men are putting hands and feet on the women. The men are 100% wrong with the relationship. There are relationships where men are cheating, where women are cheating. 100%. They're the like. What are you talking about? There's a ton of relationships when one party is 100% responsible for the issues that exist in the relationship. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, I disagree with that.
And honestly, I think the unfair part is that your wife has not come on here to say that she feels like you're the main problem in the relationship. This is you acknowledging it. Like, this is literally accountability 101, clear as day in your face. When somebody is able to admit openly, like, hey, I feel like I've done A, B, C, D. This is what I'm doing to resolve A, B, C, D. And if somebody asks, well, what does your other person do? I don't know what they do. Honestly, I don't feel like that's on them. I know what I need to work on. That is literally.
But I've said that. Yes.
You have not said that. Let me finish.
Yes.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
That's what accountability looks like. It's not you forcing some other person to see what you feel like is wrong with them. It's being able to acknowledge within yourself mistakes that you have made and missteps that you have so that you can fix them yourself. That is literally what this man is doing. And you are trying to convince him for some very odd reason that there is something wrong with his wife. And she ain't said nothing.
So yes, accountability means that you take accountability for yourself, right? But again, there is no way that you're going to be able to, like, he sit up here and gave a plethora of reasons of what his wife has done. And that's okay. They work through it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What has my wife done?
You just gave the reasons. You just said that she's I don't want to say falsely accused, but that she's assumed some shit about you, that she's talked to you.
That was your example.
That she's
what are you talking about, bro?
That was your example.
That's what you just said. Did you just say that?
Sir. I just gave you, sir. Hold on. This shit is crazy. This nigga is the gaslightiest. That you are the gaslightiest gaslighter I've ever spoken to. See that? This is disgusting, sir. All I was saying was that I was just giving examples as, like, I say yes, my wife is yelled at me unnecessarily, like from my perspective, like, yeah, you, like, I didn't deserve that. Yes, my wife has accused me of something. I didn't do that. Yeah, she has assumed that I said something. I wasn't saying that. Yeah, she said that I did something. I didn't do that. Yes, my wife has done those things. No doubt about it, right? But here's the thing. When you try to talk about trust, right? Let me tell you something. My wife hasn't, if I never gave my wife a reason to assume those things about me, she never would have done it. So even that I have to take accountability for. Like, cool, she don't trust me. But then there's a reason why she doesn't trust me, though. She doesn't trust me because she didn't trust her daddy, or she didn't trust her mama, or she didn't trust some nigga she broke up with in high school. Like, no. She doesn't trust me because of my actions. We had a clean slate when we started. I had all the opportunity in the world to never let that woman down. And I let her down repeatedly, right? Then she didn't, which fractures her trust in me. I still trust her. She's never let me down. I still trust her 1,000%. I trust her with my life. But she didn't trust me for a long time because of how I acted and what I did.
Did you cheat on her?
No, but it's not about cheating, though. It's about lying. It's about.
So you lied to her. What did you lie about?
Exactly. The same type of shit you be lying about every time. Every fucking thing. Every fucking thing. I never wanted to take accountability for shit. She would say, hold on, C Dave. She would say something to me. She would bring something to my attention. Like, it would be like, and I've given this scenario many a times, but it would be like this. P, you aren't, you need to clean up more, which is already like, why do you need to talk to an adult? You know what I'm saying? About cleaning up, right? I need more help. I need more help around the house, right? And I would be like, okay, right? Like, all right, well, how much work should I do? Well, I mean, you need to clean up. Like, you need to fucking do more. I need more. I need a bigger contribution out of you. Cause I feel like I'm carrying the load and I'm working and I know we're both working and shit, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to clean up more. You need to, okay, but okay, look, make me a chart and then we'll work out the schedule and I'll start doing the chart. I'll start following the schedule. You make the chart, you do the labor, you do everything. You want me to clean up, you got to do the labor or whatever the case may be. Right. And then she would make the chart and I still wouldn't follow it. And then she would be like, what the fuck are you doing? I went through the trouble of us making this chart. I would do it for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever. And then I would fall off or whatever. And it would be like a bunch of like shit like that over and over and over again. Like, just dumb, just stupid shit. Like, why would you? And like then you were trash. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And then when you let a person down that often, right, in those types of ways, they lose trust in you. That's like, you know what I'm saying? That's like fucking like duh. So whatever happened after that, I would have to take accountability for that because she was just reacting to, you know what? She was reacting to. Hold on. She was reacting to the.
I don't even know the realm of what y'all talking about. Don't even involve me.
Don't involve that woman. Portia said.
So her question was, if a man has done all of that, has not done that, then
I told the context, but just listening to what was said, that's a personal relationship that's not necessarily generally applied. So, for example, if the man didn't do any of those things, he actually did clean up some, and handle his stuff, but she still was complaining or upset about the imbalance of the work or anything like that. Is it still that one-sided culpability?
No, of course not. And the thing is about that question is to me it's disingenuous because what person is still complaining? You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it never happens, but acting like, acting like that's the norm. The thing that I just described, I've told you guys this a million times. The reason why, just because I don't give a fuck, because I'll tell y'all. The reason why I don't feel any way about talking about that shit is because I know that's applicable to the vast majority of men. Like, my story is very common. My story of like letting my wife down, not listening to her, not, you know what I'm saying? Like, not showing up in the ways that she needed me to show up, her coming to me and fucking having a conversation with me and then me turning it around on her and acting like she was the problem and doing that shit that you're doing right now, C Dave. I've been there, done that. Right? That's normal. That's typical as fuck. That is like every woman in here, for the most part, can say that they've experienced that at some point in time with their man. No doubt about it. If not, they're going through it right now. No fucking doubt about it. Right? Now, the shit that the thing that your wife just said, though, who the fuck, where is that happening? Where is the man showing up and a woman is still like, you're not showing up enough? Like, what the fuck? That shit don't happen. So yeah, of course, in some mythical, we talking about Narnia now. Like, we just making up shit now. Like, yep, if a motherfucker 9 feet tall, he should, like, yeah, nigga, yes, you're right. Yes, if a man is doing everything and he's showing up and the woman is, and then the woman still is fucking complaining, yes, she would be the problem. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Let's not go to extremes here in that part of the conversation, because to act like any person is all bad or all good or perfect or all perfect or completely imperfect. I mean, everybody's imperfect, right? Mm-hmm. So I think more often when we're equally yoked with a partner, we bring expectations, baggage, all that kind of stuff to a relationship. So there may be things where a person feels like they're showing up, and it could be acceptable to some, but for that particular person, their experiences, their background, that's not what showing up looks like for them. Whereas you might ask somebody on the outside, hey, if I'm doing laundry and stuff like this, or I'm doing this with the kids, wouldn't y'all think that's cool? And other people would say, yeah, that would work or whatever. But the wife or the husband says, but that doesn't work for me. And so now I am trying to get my partner to meet an expectation that maybe they were not aware of, or is different for me because of my own background and experiences. So you can look at that as far as childcare and taking care of the kids. You can look at that as finances, all that kind of stuff. People have background and triggers that can impact how they relate to their partner and how they're showing up in a relationship.
100%.
Not necessarily because a person is failing completely or being an a-hole about it, but they're not showing up in the way that that person has expected, which means in a healthy relationship, a conversation is had, right? Or expectations set. But when you have somebody who's not in a healthy place, their reaction to those triggers or those not met expectations can be detrimental.
I got you. And I got a couple questions. So A, is that common? Like, because you started off by saying the people are equally yoked, right? So that's what I'm saying. So if the woman is doing the same amount of labor as the man, i.e. equally yoked, you're saying that how common is that where the woman is still complaining?
So you started off with an assumption that equally yoked means equal labor.
No. I'm saying that would be the best, but
equally yoked means that we have the same perceptions of the roles as they should transpire.
That's not what equally yoked means.
Yes, it is.
That's
yes,
not.
It is.
That's
equally
not what equally yoked means.
Equally yoked does not mean equal in that manner. It means that you are with somebody who is compatible with you in the places where it means. So if you are a traditional man, you are equally yoked with a traditional woman. You would be not equally yoked with an independent woman.
And how would that? But how would that show up? That's what I'm saying. Like what does that actually look like?
Let's use that one. So say that you've already decided y'all kind of fit old school traditional roles. Y'all have a child, right? That child, the labor of that working with that child, taking care of that child, generally falls on the woman in that part. But it's a spectrum on what that woman in that.
I just before I forget, what I'm saying is I'm not saying that you do like you wash the dishes, she dried it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the labor in the relationship, like I've said this a million times, there is 100% of labor that needs to be done in a relationship, right? If you want to put everything all in a pot, right? There's 100% of labor. He is doing 50% of that labor, whether that means he's doing 100% of the 100% of the financial labor outside the home, but he's doing, which means he's not doing 100% on the inside. Maybe he's doing 25% on the inside. She's doing, and she's whatever. So now they're equally at 50%, whatever, however the math works, right? That's what I'm saying, equally yoked.
Equitable, and so am I, because the man might have a full-time job and she might be a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. So we on the same page.
Yeah. So I'm saying, where's the expectation? What I'm saying is in that relationship, right? You have a man that is making all the money, right? Which doesn't mean that when he comes home, he don't got to do no labor in the home because, right? No, I know. I'm saying that so we can get it clear. So it doesn't mean that. So she expects him to do labor within the home, right? Now, when you ask who, like her triggers and all, when you ask like, so who is to say what's enough? She is to say what's enough because she's the one that it affects the most. See what I'm saying? He doesn't get to say, oh, I feel like I'm doing enough. He doesn't get to say that, to be honest with you, right? Like I don't mean that in the most absolute way. I'm saying in general, he can't say that because he doesn't know how. Like my wife had that conversation with me. I left the house, whatever, for 8-10 hours a day. I came home and I was like, I would help here and there. I would, pick the baby up here, whatever, right? But I wasn't involved enough. And she was like, yo, I appreciate what you do. This is almost verbatim inside the conversation when she was like, I appreciate what you do outside the home. You make the money. I love that. I love you. It's not that. I don't want you to think for 1 second I don't appreciate you. But you work X amount of hours. You work 8-10 hours a day, right? I was like, yep. She said, you come home and you don't got to go to work for another 8 hours or 10 hours or 12. I said, yep. She said, okay. She said, but I'm at home and I never get to clock out. She said, I'm working all the time, right? So I'm essentially which she literally was, because she would breastfeed in the middle of the night. Like she was always doing something with my babies.
Right.
And she was like, so I work 24 hours and I don't get any days off. You get 2 days off, right? And you get time off when you clock out. I get no time off and no days off. And I was like, oh, okay. Like when she put it like as like on some real shit, when she broke it down like a math equation, I was like, okay, like there's nothing I could say against that, right? So she got to dictate to me how much more I needed to participate and step up. Right? Wouldn't it have been weird for me if I was like, well, I feel like I do enough?
And that, I don't think that response is appropriate. And I think her coming to you in that manner and explaining it to you and helping you see her side is the important part. That's what healthy marriages and couples do, right? What I'm saying is, well, for one, the question is, as a man, given that you are doing something that's equitable as well, because I have trouble using the word equal because it's not the same work, it's different work, and y'all have to determine what makes it equitable, right? Yeah. Does he also have a position where he can say, hey, I'm holding up this end of the bargain, I would like to see this, that, and the other? It should be mutual conversation, right? But going back to what you were originally talking about, that doesn't give any person in that relationship the right to fly off the handle and have some irrational response or detrimental response to the other person and the relationship based on their feelings of inequity at that time. So your wife, as you mentioned, or even in that scenario, comes to you, say, hey, I'm not feeling like you're held in your weight, all this kind of stuff. Now, if she went off on you, yelling, cussing, throwing things, destroying things, that's a problem, right? Yeah. Would we admit that that's a problem? I'm talking about the response. That's what I was talking about. Like, you both in an equitable relationship, in an equally yoked relationship, however that looks like for you, you have to communicate. Equity has to be communicated. Each person has a right to say where they're feeling supported, valued, contributing equitably, et cetera, et cetera. But it's our responses to those triggers, those stimuli, because there's not a baseline of how many hours you work, how many things you do in the household. That's y'all's equation. There's not a universal equation.
No, there's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And to make that equation, we bring our past experiences to the relationship that form that equation. She has an idea of what help looks like for her.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't, and the reason why I don't believe that is, I mean, sometimes you do, but for an example, once again, my wife didn't, we've been together since we were really young. Like, it ain't like BBG met her husband when she was in junior high school. Everybody doesn't have that. Like, we don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, people don't have past experience a lot of times. Some people moved in with each other, never moved in with anybody else. My wife has never been married to anybody else but me. I've only been married to my wife. I've never been with my wife. I've never been with anybody as long as I've been. Like, there are expectations aside and all of that stuff. I think that is irrelevant. I don't think that has any relevancy in this conversation. I think that what I'm saying is, though, is just the simple fact that what the thing that you guys are describing is just rare. It's just rare that a woman or anybody, right? But specifically a woman would be getting her needs fulfilled by a man and then still complaining. Like, that's not that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not common.
And that's a misinterpretation of what I'm saying.
Okay. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
So it's not about not having your needs fulfilled. What I'm saying is what our needs are as they're articulated depend on us as people coming into the relationship and our experiences. If your wife says the house should be cleaned every Friday morning when you wake up, or it should be Sunday mornings are for cleaning, that came from somewhere before your relationship. If that's the expectation she's put on you and say, you're not helping out if you don't get up on Sunday mornings with me and clean, that's not standard. That's not across the board. If she yells at you for not getting up and cleaning on Sunday mornings, that has nothing to do with whether you clean or not, but meeting her expectations. So I'm just saying it's a conversation on what those contributions look like, and that it comes from our background. It comes from our experiences and what we're bringing into the relationship, and it's not standard across the board.
Okay. I think BBG wanted to ask you a question. Go ahead, BBG.
I did not.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. You was off the mic. I didn't know you were.
I did. I wanted to chime in on what it was you were saying, because I think that sometimes those expectations sound really, really good when you write them down, and and that's the thing that you speak on. They sound really, really good, except we know that with humans, especially unfortunately with women, when they're carrying a majority of the load, sometimes those reactions will seem like they're irrational. I never liked the idea of tone policing people who are experiencing a thing and leading them to believe that their reaction to that experience is wrong. Because if she is if she is yelling and upset and angry about an incident, the likelihood of that being a first offense is very slim to none. It's very, very slim to none. Even with using the example of cleaning on Sundays, if consistently for months to years, she's explaining like, hey, I don't expect for you to clean from Monday to Saturday, but when Sunday rolls around, I would like for everybody to get together, and that's when we get the house clean. That doesn't even sound like a heavy lift. Being realistic, for most people, most people don't even work on Sundays. You got Saturday off, you work through the week, you come home, you got the rest of the evening to do whatever you need to do, and then on Sunday you clean. If consistently somebody is telling you that they have an issue with the fact that you're not helping to carry that load, then not only are y'all unequally yoked because of the fact that y'all don't have an equitable relationship, y'all unequally yoked because y'all don't have the same sets of values. Because if I'm telling you that something is important to me, then of course, as a partner, as somebody who cares for me, you're probably going to look into, okay, if this is important to her, then I'm going to figure out some kind of way to accommodate for this one day. We ain't even talking about bending over backwards. We're talking about literally just being able to show the person that you're in a relationship with that you hear them and that you value what it is they're saying. I think that a lot of times what people do is they make these things a huge to-do in order to villainize women and make them seem like that they are nagging about menial things and, you know, poking and prodding about stuff that don't matter. But it doesn't matter because it's her time. Women are losing out on there was a book I read that talked about women's leisure time and how much leisure time they lose in comparison to their husbands because of the fact that they are carrying the load of the entire family. So by the time she's pissed off and yelling at everybody, it's probably because she has spent an immense amount of time explaining, hey, I want this done. Can you help me with this? I would like to do this. And now she's exhausted. She's overexerted herself and she's overworked herself because the other person who was the other oxen under the yoke is not helping to pull the load. And now you have one just pulling along and dragging along, which if you know anything about how that yoke analogy works, that one would be overexhausted and overexerted, and the other one would literally just be dragging behind. So nobody actually wins in that scenario.
Fact. Let me read these. Portia said, on C Dave, I'm dizzy. Too long on the dummy wheel. God damn it. Aqua said, there are issues and then there are deal breakers. Yeah, exactly. Teresa said, tune C diff out and finish my IBM AI cert. Drop. Damn, that's dope. Shout out to Teresa for doing that. Nate said, CD wife need to come get him. Take accountability. They said C Dave not taking accountability in here. He
didn't y'all just say that it wasn't for nobody else to make somebody else take accountability, and that's something you do yourself? I could have sworn I
need to make him take accountability. Yeah, he needs.
No, y'all said you can't make nobody take accountability. That's something they got to do for themselves.
Yeah. Reese said, so y'all both gaslighters. Mazel tov. Next.
Gaslighters?
That's what she said. C Dave and his wife are meant for each other. That's what Adam said.
I mean, that's correct.
Yep.
We love each other and we match. So whatever that looks like for us, you know, that, like I said.
Yep. Y'all work it out. I'm happy. Hey, y'all, I ain't no hater. I'm not a love hater. I love love.
I mean, it's a lot of people that are, you know, and I always say when you dealing with married folks, you know, you try to hate, but you can't even get in the club. So I'm always curious about
I'm married.
how you come outside the club.
I'm from Detroit. I'm a natural born hater. I hate everything.
What's funny is that, like, I appreciated everything
it's cold
that you
up
said.
here, man.
You know, I think one of the stances that we have, and I think was articulated even, you know, from people that were speaking, is that relationships are different and you have to pivot based on what your relationships are. You know what I'm saying? But I think when we as individuals show up whole, we understand some of the things we bring into the relationship. And we have to understand where some of our asks are coming from, what they look like and why, you know, and stuff like that. So we can relate to our partners and make things comfortable so that those conversations aren't heated and full of aggression, but they're coming from a place of mutual understanding so that we want to work together towards something versus fighting against each other.
Can I ask you a question? Who do you think struggles the most with these issues in a relationship, generally speaking?
In what issues? I just want to be clear.
Like not showing up the way that their partner is.
I I think men, for the most part, because that equity lens is hard for them to perceive. Like BPG was talking about the labor and the leisure time. A lot of men don't recognize that because women's labor doesn't always look like a man's labor of going outside the home, clocking in, clocking out, all that kind of stuff. And it's the invisible labor. You even told the story of your wife having to make a list for the chores and stuff like that. And that kind of labor that men put on women, even under the guise of wanting to help or be supportive. You know what I'm saying? But it's more labor on the women. And so when they're not recognizing what women are actually doing to make the household run, you know, men don't even know the shoe size and the birthdays or the allergies of the kids when it's time to go to the doctor, stuff like that, that mental load. A lot of men don't even pick up on that. And that's assuming that even if they do pick up on it, they have the desire to want to meet her in a space versus just saying, oh, you got it, you know, or something like that. So I think men have a really hard time of understanding what women's labor looks like, especially when she works outside of the home on top of that.
Oh, okay. Because that's kind of like what I be talking about all the time. But your husband be arguing again. He always try to tell me I'm crazy. He be trying to tell me I'm crazy because that's literally what you just said is exactly what I be saying to him. Like almost verbatim. That's exactly what I be saying to him. And he be fighting me tooth and nail, acting like I'm crazy. He be calling me a liar. No, we don't. No.
I have a question while I have you here. Okay, he ain't like me. And I'm trying to figure out how, because everything that you just said is everything that I be saying. I literally have a book right here that's called Invisible Women. And it talks about that hidden labor that women be doing and how there is a gender pay gap and a gender data gap. So we don't even know the amount of work that women are doing because of the fact that the data is skewed. And your man told me I was crazy.
Yeah, he be telling us we crazy for saying the exact when I tell you that exactly what you said is verbatim what we be saying in here, and he be fighting us hard. You talking about it's an antagonistic? Hold on, but he's the antagonist. Just so you know, I'm not the antagonist. Not both.
Entertainment, because he knows that he gonna have to be rational and have real conversations with me. Y'all are literally his entertainment.
Okay, so at home, hold on, time out. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Is it Amber, right? He said your name is Amber. Okay, Amber. Yeah. Let me get this straight. So you telling us right now that C. Dave actually knows the truth, but he comes online and gaslights us, but he don't gaslight you at home?
No, if y'all ever go to like our lives when we talking and just having conversations about relationships, just vibing and stuff like that, that ain't even the stuff that he be talking about. He really just
put this motherfucking book in the car. I was finna steal your book. See that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I was finna steal that.
Now he's trying to let the cat out the bag.
Is this not what I be saying? This is why I be telling y'all, let y'all wives get on here and talk, man. I be wanting to hear from y'all wives and y'all women, because I know y'all be some motherfucking liars.
I don't know. I think that this is the real C. Dave, to be honest.
I'm saying it ain't, but I can't argue with that woman. That woman said at home he different. And this ain't Amanda, and this ain't the first time.
He doesn't want to be coerced out of sex. He doesn't want to be coerced out of sex by upsetting her. Of course he acts different around her.
I mean, since you want to be smart about it, the time that he spends on this live is insignificant compared to the rest of his real life and working with the community, working with us.
So this is where he gets all of his real feelings, how he really feels about women. This is where he comes to vent.
Okay, let me help you out. TikTok is real for you?
Yes. TikTok is very real. It is.
Pay me real money.
Yeah. TikTok is a real place. Like, people really get radicalized on TikTok. People really online in general. People have been hurt by the things that they say online. People lose their jobs. Yes. It is a very real place.
I mean, that's social media in general.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, TikTok is very real. Yes.
I'm saying this is like therapy. This is like therapy for C. Dave. All week long, he has to bottle up how he really feels about women. Then he gets to come and press that release valve on public.
Pause.
On Saturday.
Time out. Pause. Okay. Pause. Getting release valves, getting valves released on me. Pause. That's all I'm telling you. Not true. Pause.
people bring their persona to social media, whatever a persona is.
Kind of.
You don't know the truth of that persona. You don't go home with these people. You don't know what's happening in their lives. There was a whole TikTok trend talking about the creators and what they lied to y'all about. So I think that
I would never, with my full chest, say that a woman is coercing a man by refusing to have sex with him.
Oh goodness, we had a whole live about that. I think you're wrong about that one.
Oh, you think I'm wrong about that? You think that that's coercion? You think that's what sexual coercion is?
It can be. And we had a whole live about that.
Lady, you're wrong. You're so wrong about that.
And that's a topic for another day.
And the study that you was specifically about sexual abuse survivors. He brought up a study about sexual abuse survivors.
I don't know about any study. I can't speak to that part.
Okay.
So,
now you can't speak to it.
I don't know what study you're talking about. So no, I'm not going to speak to research that I have not read nor can speak to.
So where did you get your where are you getting that from? That is not. I mean, sorry, that it is coercion.
So dynamics of power.
That's
dynamics of power. And when there's an imbalance of power, you can coerce people with it. Yes, that's true.
That's a book?
It's a book. Does it need to be?
Oh, I was asking, where did you get that?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, just understanding the dynamics of power and the imbalances.
So just like real quick though, where's the harm in not having sex with someone?
Mm-hmm. Where's the power at? Where's the imbalance of power?
Oh, no. I mean, it's really a broader conversation. I didn't want to derail it with that.
It's not derailed. I mean, we've been derailed, but I'm curious. Where's the power coming from? I'm curious.
So, whenever you are intentionally using something that you have power with to manipulate or get someone to do something that they would not ordinarily do, that is coercion and manipulation.
But where's the power at? That's what I'm asking. Where's the power at?
The power, and I can't remember what I can say on TikTok or not.
No, you can't. Okay.
Kitty cat?
Yeah. Why is that? And who get? So listen what I'm asking. So if I make all the money in the relationship, is there a power imbalance tip? If I make all the money?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's crazy. If I am abusive, if I'm physically violent, do I have power in a relationship? Okay.
You have a physical. Now, what you do with that power is.
Yeah, so it's up to me. But I'm saying in this
dominant over a woman, but not exercise that power.
No, I'm saying, but I'm exercising it though. I'm saying like I'm actually exercising it, right? So I have it and I'm exercising it, right? So I'm using it against the woman. Okay. So I'm financially abusive, physically. Okay. So there's no choice there. That's why it's a imbalance in power, right? Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like if I have all the money, you can be really, really hurt if you leave me, right? If I'm physically violent to you, you could physically be hurt if you try to leave me, right? Okay. Now, Smex, where is the hurt coming from? If you deny a man Smex, where is he being harmed at? That's what I'm trying to find out.
So the denial is not usurping consent. If you do not want to have intercourse with your husband or your partner, you do not want to, then you exercise consent. That's respected. Okay. I don't feel like it. I'm not into you right now. I feel well, all that kind of stuff. None of that is taken away. But if I would normally be having intercourse with my husband, I would normally do it. I would want it to. I'm actually kind of punishing myself, so to speak, in this manner. Yeah. But I know that manipulating him with something that he wants, and because he is married and I know that he's committed, will not step out, all this kind of stuff, that I use that to get him to do things that I want. Yeah,
but where's
the withholding, giving, etc.
No, but where's the hurt? I know, but where's the hurt? Where is the pain? Where is the fear? Where is it coming from? That's what I'm trying to find out.
The danger.
Where's the danger? Where's the threat?
Where is that definition coming from?
In the definition of coercion. Yeah.
That's not the definition of coercion.
That is the definition.
There's a threat of danger. There's a threat of harm.
Yeah, where's the harm coming from?
Oh my God.
That's how you coerce somebody. So I can coerce a woman into having sex with me. I don't have to tell her explicitly, you better have sex with me or else. Right. I could just keep asking her a bunch of times and she can just feel like, oh man, he may try to take it from me and try to, right? So now, so that's coercion, right? In this case, where is the fear coming from? Where's the threat of violence or harm coming from? I'm trying to find out. Where is it coming from?
Fear and harm has to be associated with violence?
With coercion. No. With coercion.
Are you never gonna have sex with him again? Like, is that what we're saying? Like, if you do this one thing, I will never.
But you can just leave her though. Wait. But no, even then, Amanda, because you can just leave her, and then it doesn't.
Exactly.
And then you can just get another woman.
It's one instance when you're doing something that is going to bother me and it's going to put me out of the mood to have sex with you. That is absolutely valid. That doesn't mean that I'm never going to have sex with you ever again.
And that's different. If he has done something that's irritated me or angered me where I'm not even in the mood to engage with him, that's just consent. I don't want to have intercourse with him. That's just consent. But when I say I'm not going to engage in intercourse with you until you do X, Y, and Z.
That's the same thing, ma'am. Because think about it. It's the same logic. If you don't, the reason you don't want to have sex with him is because he's not doing the thing you want him to do. It's the same thing.
No, that's putting the cart before the horse. In the sense of, no, because we know that he has power. We know that as women, we can't deny that.
Hold on. That's what I'm asking you. Where does the power come from?
Where does it come from?
Yes. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Okay. So
where does no, I'll tell you where the power comes from. The power is the men's desire to sleep with her. But all he has to do is not want to sleep with her, and she has no more power. So the vagina actually has zero power. The vagina has zero power.
It has zero power.
Zero power.
I mean, do you support sex work?
Yes, of course.
So you know that it's a service, a consumable service that warrants a return, right? That it has something that has value.
Value, supply and demand. That doesn't mean power.
It doesn't have power. Like, what do you mean? The men could easily be like, I'm good. I don't need to.
Do you think that sex workers have the power in that dynamic? Really?
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, but you are though. But you are though.
I'm saying that it has value. It has value.
Value and power are different. Hold on. Value and power are different things. And by the way, the same rule would apply to value though. Because who gives it value? Who gave it that much value? I did. The man did. The woman didn't give it that value.
Men, it has no value?
Exactly. Without men, vagina has zero. I'm talking about two men.
Wow. So you're just disenfranchising all of the for other women and other identities who appreciate and love vagina.
Okay, so you
that's a choice.
You seem to think that women are the only ones who desire smex that. I'm sorry, that men are the only ones who desire smex that.
I didn't say that because
okay, but
a man can saying that a man. I didn't make it one-sided.
It's harmful to a man to be denied smex, but it's also harmful for a woman to have to deny smex if you've put me so far out of the mood by being a dickweed that I don't want to have smex with you anymore. Women want smex just as much as men do.
So, Amanda, I know that you're committed to misunderstanding me and trying to take everything that I say, but this is something that both men and women can experience, because if a man is withholding it and a woman is not going to cheat, not going to look anywhere else, then yeah, he can use it. But we know
but why?
That is not the common denominator.
Yeah, but why?
Like
hold on, but why? But wait. I'm sorry. If men and women both want to sleep with each other, then why does it seem like only vagina has power? If men and women both want to sleep with one another, then why does it seem like only the pee has power, not the penis, the vagina?
I didn't say. I just said that men can do the same thing.
But they can't, because women don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. Ma'am.
People could argue that it's very easily accessible for women to be able to have.
Right, and that's what that.
But hold on. But that doesn't necessarily equate to value or power, especially because of the fact that, again, when you're talking about a relationship, you're talking about a mutually beneficial component of a relationship. You're not talking about something that you value over what I value in you, because that's an experience we have together. If she actually desires you and you actually desire her, her denying you is a denial of self. Like that's what I'm talking about. That you're both denying each other. So I don't understand what the power could be if I want his weenus and he wants my vagina. then that means that nobody's actually wielding power because we both equally want each other. So there is no.
But that's exactly the street that I'm on. This is not about whether somebody's in the mood or not. If you know that you both are mutually attracted to each other and would engage in this, and let's take it out of just talking about the P for just a second. When you intentionally and willfully deny your spouse intimacy for the intent of disciplining them and punishing them, you are manipulating.
You're not.
Okay.
Not even a little bit. Because again, the same rules apply. Last time I checked, the same rules apply, right? You are disgruntled with him, but whatever you want a kitchen, Amber, you want your kitchen to get redone, right? You want your kitchen to get redone. Let's say you've been asking C Dave, hey babe, we really need to get the kitchen redone. This shit is fucking from 1998. This shit, okay, cool. You asking him, you keep asking, you keep showing him everything. You like, dude, hey, then you finally get to the point to where now you're like, dude, that is a thing that will make you not like a person because they're not listening to you. So you're like, bet. You ain't even got to say it to them, right? It don't got to be like that. It don't got to be where you say, I ain't gonna hunt you until you give me what I want. But duh, if you don't like the person, you're not gonna sleep with them.
That is correct. But you started off with a problem, and that's not necessarily the case. If somebody wants something, it doesn't necessarily have to be a problem. Like if I say, I really want this $1,000 purse, okay? It's not about him making me upset because he's not buying the purse. I ain't asking to buy the purse yet. I just come off the rip. You know what? I want this purse. Until you buy it for me, I'm not doing the thing with you.
Come on.
That's tricking.
So
and it definitely ain't tricking if you got it.
That doesn't sound like marriage. That sounds like
that's what I'm talking
arrangement.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's not what you're talking about. Because in that arrangement, both parties know that is the arrangement. So if we have an arrangement that if I sleep with you, you buy me things, and you don't buy me things, I'm not sleeping with you. That's the arrangement.
No. So in single life, we accept that, like you said, is tricking, right? But when you are in a relationship, a marriage, where we are committed, this is the person that you are having.
That's what I just said. I said this doesn't sound like a marriage, what you're talking about. This doesn't sound like something that commonly happens in marriage. This sounds like something that commonly happens.
It doesn't happen.
And it doesn't, and by the way,
ever happens. Who's doing that? Who is telling their husband, if you don't buy me $1,000 purse, I'm never gonna sleep with you again? You wouldn't have a husband.
Or even, I was gonna say,
let's be so for real.
One time, my wife said some crazy shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's we going to counseling. Like that's right. Like we gotta go.
More than 5 men in the world that's gonna put up with that.
But here's the thing. You go to counseling because you know that behavior will cause harm to your relationship.
No, I know that there's something else going on. I know there's something else behind that, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Because I don't want to just leave her. Yeah, I don't.
That's the whole point of the study.
That's the part of the relationship where you don't want to just leave them. That was the whole point. Which makes it manipulative.
That was the whole point of the study that C. Dave brought in, is that it seems like, according to the study that he brought from the National Institute of Health, the only women who do that are women who have been abused in childhood. And so they see SMECS as this kind of power dynamic thing because that's the way that they were trained. So women who have not been traumatized
by men.
Right.
Once again, I can't speak on the
He definitely read it.
I don't know it.
Because I remember her reading it in right there in the live, and we all read it together, and that's what I got from it.
Here's the thing: we are in a culture where single people are doing this.
What?
So we expect. So you're.
How is that abuse if you're single?
No, that's not what I said. Where single people are exchanging sexual activity for others, being flued out, things that they can, hair done, all this kind of stuff. People are doing this in single life.
You talking about living?
Huh?
You can talk about life. Like, what is we talking about life?
So you're saying if this is life for single people, and then you go into a marriage, you're just gonna automatically stop undoing those behaviors?
It happens all the time.
Literally.
Happens all the time. Like, yeah.
You sleeping with multiple people.
A lot of things stop.
people. You also like there's a lot of things you stop when you get into a marriage that you were doing when you were single.
Because if you're withholding Smex for a bag or a kitchen or all these different type of things, and you telling your husband blatantly, "Hey, I'm not having Smex with you unless you make this bag appear," that is tricking with a marriage certificate. And I don't know. Hold on. I don't know why people think that that's far fetched. Because I know that theoretically marriage is a huge step in people's life, blah blah blah. But we have to be realistic about the fact that if you are an adult with an ID and a birth certificate, and you go to the courthouse and you pay that $25 and you sign that paper, then you are married. Like whether y'all yoked or whether theoretically you have the same ideas or spiritually whatever, you are still technically married. There are people who do have those kinds of arrangements. It's still tricking because you are still selling yourself in order to be able to have access to things, and you're using your vagina in order to be able to have access to those things. Now, in a normal relationship, even in a relationship where there is some level of background for trauma, again, somebody can explain like, hey, wait a minute, you don't have to do that. If you don't want to sleep with me, hey, I'll get the bag. It's fine if that's what you really want. If I have the money for the bag, that's fine. However, you don't have to give me your body for that. Once that has been established, once that protocol is consistent, where a woman is telling you that you want some booty, hey, you gotta give up something. It's still tricking. Like there's no just adding a marriage certificate to it. That was my point.
Most people in arrangements like that know that that's the arrangement they have. Like nobody's surprised.
Nobody. I wouldn't be.
And I agree with BPG. Look, I can't see your face. I just see your picture, but I agree with you on just like everything that you say. Yeah. I really like the angle that you come from. But I want to take the bag out of it for just a second, because I think sometimes having the materialistic aspect of it changes the conversation. So one of the examples that was given in another live was if a man wants to go out with his friends or whatever, and she's like, you know what? If you go out with them, then I'm not having sex with you for a week.
Yeah, same thing.
It's a form of
nothing.
Discipline.
No, it's not.
It sounds like if you go, no. What it sounds like to me is if he goes out with his friends, that's going to really bother me.
Yeah, sounds like you're neglecting.
Really bother me and affect me emotionally in a way that's going to make me not want to sleep with you.
Yeah. Like, why would a woman, like, what is wrong with a woman not wanting her man to go out first and foremost with their whatever? I don't think there's anything wrong with the person. Now, it is different if you're trying to isolate a person, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about like going out like to bars and whatever. Like who the fuck? Like a ton of women don't feel comfortable with that, right?
So here's my litmus test. If you took Smex off the table, how would you approach that conversation with your husband about him going out?
Most women never have that conversation in that way. And they have that conversation all the time. My wife has had that conversation with me plenty of times, and it never involved Smex. She's never, my wife is never.
What I'm talking about.
Yeah. And how the conversation typically goes is, hey, you know how you're going out tonight? And I'll be like, yeah. And she'd be like, I really don't want you to go out tonight. And I'll be like, okay, but I want to go out. And then I'm giving this worst case scenario, right? This ain't best case scenario. I want to go out. And then she's like, it goes back and forth a few times. And I'm like, why don't you want me to go out? Because you don't need to be going out. You don't need to be spending money on alcohol. You don't need to be, getting drunk with your friends. You don't need to be going to the bar with strange women and da-da-da-da-da. And then, whatever. And then we'll go back and forth for a time, right? Now, if I still chose to go out at that time, I fully expected my wife to not give me any attention.
Right.
I fully expected her to not like me. No manipulation was happening. I knew that because why? Because she has voiced to me that she didn't want me to do something and I went against her wishes. Fine. I already know that not sleeping with her is the least of my worries. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't be thinking about that. I'll be thinking about everything in between us not talking. I got to come home and hear I got to get into an argument. You know what I mean? Like it was crazy. Fearing that shit was like fear getting your ass whipped when you came from school. It was like that bad. Like I was just like so it was like, why even go out? You know what I'm saying? Like you would go out and then you would knowing that when you got home, you was going to have to deal with the consequences. Like that is not abusive.
Exactly. No, you're exactly right. So if she had the healthy conversation beforehand, I don't want you to go out because X, Y, and Z. These are my reasons. This is how it makes me feel. You do it anyway. You come back home sloppy drunk. You did exactly what she asked not to do. She's sick of you right now. She's angry. She don't even want to do anything with you. That's withdrawal of consent. That's point blank, period. She doesn't even want to engage with you. But that conversation beforehand, that part before you've even done anything, that says, if you do this, I'm going to do this.
Fine.
I'm not going. That part.
She's just being transparent.
Find a healthy or unhealthy approach to that. And if you're using SMEX at that point to manipulate or coerce.
Hold on, but man, Amber, the problem with that logic is, like I said, she didn't have to say that. I already knew how it was going to happen because you're duh. That is a natural human reaction. The only type of person that would expect anybody to give them their body under those circumstances is a fucking abuser. It is a rapist. Like, I would never expect my wife to sleep with me if she doesn't even like me at that time.
And I agree with that. I think you're conflating that part after the fact when she's upset, angry, not attracted to you, not wanting to be intimate with you. And the consent piece is very different than using it as a weapon when there is not, at the time before you go, she's neutral with you. At the time before you buy the bag or do the household chore or whatever that is, she's neutral with you. She's intentionally using what she has to get a behavior out of you that you normally would not do.
So her being transparent. Hold on. So her being transparent with the way that she's going to feel. Her being transparent with the way that she is going to feel after you do this thing. Like Pub said, she doesn't have to say it out loud. But if she is transparent with the fact that if you do this, it's going to make me not want to sleep with you. I'm not going to sleep with you. That's just her being transparent.
That's what I'm saying. That's not abusive. She can tell me up front, or I can assume it because I know. But either way, impact over intent, right? It doesn't matter. She doesn't have to say to me, I'm not going to sleep with you for it to be abusive.
Well, I have a clarifying question. Like, are you trying to say she's coming up to him in this scenario and he hasn't even said anything about going out, and she just comes up to him and says, hey, if you go out with your friends, I won't sleep with you for a week? That's what
or even if it's on the table, like she may be aware that there's plans happening or something like that. If you go out with them, I'm not gonna sleep with you. She don't know how she's gonna feel on the day after, the 2 days after, the 3 days after. She doesn't know that, but she's preemptively creating what would be perceived as a punishment for him. It's not about how she feels after he comes home or anything like that. That's the consent part. And if she still is mad at him 3 days later, that's consent still. But if preemptively, when she don't even know how she's going to feel next Tuesday, this is you now using something that you have to be able to manipulate.
How is not sleeping with a person?
Can I say real quick? Can I say that it's all consent? Like, you, again, using something that you have when you're talking about a person's body to manipulate somebody, it doesn't quite work like that. And the way, using the language that you're using and the way that you're using it, it's saying that the assumption is it already belongs to him. The assumption is I'm supposed to sleep with you, or that I have to sleep with you, and that me using it to say, if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to take this away. It was never yours to take away from you. So it's still not manipulation. It's still not coercion. I can't coerce you by not giving you my body. If you walk into my home and you say, I want to live here now, I can't coerce you by saying, you got to get out of my house. Like, you can't take something that doesn't belong to you in the first place.
You can't expect.
If it's my home, it's not yours, and I kick you out and say, you can't stay here, I'm not manipulating you.
No.
Even if I say, oh, well, I will let you live here if you do X, Y, and Z, and you choose to do X, Y, and Z to live here, it's my house. Yep. I can't take it from you because it was never yours.
I got an extra room. You can rent it. That ain't coercion.
Yeah, you can't rent an extra room. If you do everything I tell you to do while you're here, you got to clean the kitchen every single day. I'll let you live here. Cool. How did I coerce you? It's my house. I don't have to let you live here at all.
Yep.
If you don't want to do that and you don't agree to that, there's the door.
And I also wanted to point out, because Shan, you basically brought up something I was just about to bring up, because I don't like this conversation about withholding SMEX is a form of abuse, because it's coming off as it's rooted in a sense of entitlement. Like Like, just because y'all are in a relationship and y'all are married, that you're entitled to snatch. You're not entitled to anything. Consent still applies
in a marriage,
in a relationship,
never
and
changes.
in a marriage. It doesn't automatically, consent don't automatically go out the window.
Shawnee, real quick before I forget, and because they brought it up, and it applies even less when you're dating or single, or you know what I'm saying? Like it would make more sense in a marriage or a relationship, right? But it doesn't make sense in any capacity. It doesn't make sense. Go ahead, Shawnee.
But yeah, y'all are treating like sex as like it's a need, like it's mandatory. And it's not.
It's not.
Sex is simply a want. Now, if you say like, oh, if you don't do this, like I'm gonna withhold money from you, that's financial.
That's financial
abuse.
Yep.
Or if you don't do XYZ, I'm gonna take the car keys away. For me, that's a form of abuse.
You can't leave the house. Yep.
Yeah, that's abuse.
Yep.
So we need to stop treating sex as some type of need.
What you're talking about, sexual abuse? Like, that's something different. So, like, what's the name of this abuse?
So, and it's not a name or anything like that. I'm just referring to it as
then that means exactly, Shan. Then that means it doesn't exist. Then if you can't classify, Amber, it doesn't exist. Just be honest. You can't. If you can't classify it if you can't file it under an abuse, right? Like you can't say, well, this is the abuse. Then it's not, because every other form of abuse you can classify under some form of abuse. Every single one.
So before we get to that part, I want to respond to something that Shan said, because about the consent piece, the scenario in this is you have two married adults or people in a relationship who are attractive to, they're attracted to one another for what they would normally want to engage in mutual consensual intimacy.
Okay.
Right. And so at this point, consent for me means I don't want to engage in that with you. Right. And then you need to respect my decision.
Okay.
Right. But if I am in a place where I would normally want to engage with you, in fact, I'm also punishing myself by not engaging with you because I want to prove a point.
What other form of abuse does the abuser also get hurt typically?
Say again?
What other form of abuse, right, happens where the abuser also gets hurt in the process?
Oh, that you are withholding something from yourself, or you're
no. I'm saying name another form of abuse where the abuser gets hurt as well, and it's still classified as an abuse as abuse.
I mean, yeah, but
what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was jumping in the conversation.
Yeah, but
I mean, if it could be anything like.
No, but name it though. It can't be anything. Like we gotta really name it. What other form of abuse can where the abuser actually gets hurt as well?
That you're willing to suffer a little to make sure somebody else suffers more.
What abuse? Where is that happen?
That could be any of the abuse.
Name it. Name the abuse.
I mean, that could be financial abuse. It could be physical abuse.
Okay, how?
If I hurt myself trying to hurt you physically.
No. How? Because you can abuse somebody with a weapon. You don't need to do it with your fist.
That's correct.
That's correct. So financially, if I have all the money, how am I being financially abusive? I mean, I'm sorry. How am I hurting myself? How do people hurt themselves by being financially abusive?
Well, it depends on what you're doing with the money and how you're withholding it.
Typically, though, I know. Typically, how do they? Because in this scenario, you have to acknowledge that every single time it hurts the person, it hurts the abuser every time, right? Because based on your logic, the woman in this scenario has to want to have sex as well, and she has to withhold it from herself as well for it to be coercive, right? So. In what scenario, right? In what other form of abuse would that be the case? Where you want to say financially? Okay, cool. How would a man financially abuse a woman and then simultaneously hurt himself? What does that look like? Generally speaking.
Going back to the SMEX part, for most women, they can go longer without it. They can do without it for a longer time. Even if they want to, they can go without it.
Says who?
Huh?
We talking about physiologically, biologically, women can go longer? No, they can't.
What? This motherfucker just say anything. Okay.
Biologically, women
say okay to that one.
Hold on, wait. You guys think that biologically, men and women? Are you saying that men need sex more than women? But like physically?
I didn't say want.
No, need. I said need. Are you saying that men need to have sex more than women? That's what I'm asking you.
I said want.
Okay, then what is C. Dave talking about then? Because I just said, if women don't need, men nor women need to have sex. We don't need it.
Okay.
Right? So when you tried to make that point that, because women can typically go longer, that's a choice. We choose to need to have sex or whatever. We choose, all this is a choice, right? Okay, cool.
To need something.
What?
He's in the background.
No. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You see what I'm saying?
When you're both wanting it, but you're denying yourself or depriving yourself because you're trying to prove a point. It's fine. I'm not in the business of trying to convince anybody.
Nah.
No, I'm serious. It's always been my thing, in that if women want to use those dynamics in their relationship, then that's on them in their relationship.
Oh man.
I have other tools for communication, and for expressing my needs and expressing how I feel about situations without having to use retracting intimacy. And I like to use the word intimacy because it's more than sex. It's that stuff where you are not, you normally kiss them in the morning, but you don't kiss them in the morning. You normally hug them, you don't hug them. All this stuff with the intent to punish, with the intent to discipline.
It's not a punishment. There is no punishment. There's no discipline, ma'am. There's none of that. That wouldn't be applicable here. It doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? That just doesn't make sense. A punishment?
And a lot of these lines because these things are too easily. When you talk about physical abuse, when you talk about financial abuse, these are tangible things that are directly connected to specific actions. The reason why the reason why this will always be skewed is because of the fact that we already established this earlier. You can withdraw sex because your body doesn't feel right. You can absolutely because you just don't have a desire to. You can withdraw sex because you're upset or angry or hurt, or because maybe you have some kind of trauma tied to it, whatever. Withdrawing sex can't be seen as a punishment because of the fact that it is tied to too many other things. So you can't even differentiate when this thing is being withheld because of the fact that it's a punishment, and it's being withheld because you just aren't in the mood for other reasons. That's why those lines get easily skewed. Coercing somebody into having sex with you because you are going to buy them a bag, because that's the way that we actually need to reframe this, because it's not a matter of whether or not she's telling you can't have, if you want sex with me, you got to give me a bag. It's actually the other way around. Hey, if you want this bag, if you want these bills paid, if you want to make sure that these kids got what they need, then you need to be given this.
I'm in the bind, Nate.
That's exactly. That's usually having a bind is how that happens. That's usually how that happens.
I can't hear when you yelling in the background.
He's trying to make you. Hey, don't let C. Dave throw you off your square.
Because I done took him off. He don't have nothing to do because he normally arguing with y'all, and I'm going about my business. And I done took it away from him, so he's trying to jump in the background.
Yeah, I hear him. He mad. He mad because
Since I have you here.
I couldn't respond to what you were saying.
Hold on. BBG asked you a question real quick. Hold on.
I had a question. How long y'all been married?
He told me not to tell y'all.
Oh. Are you listening to this nigga? Listen to this nigga.
You got a PhD?
You listening to this nigga? I would never.
I don't have my PhD in school. In fact, I was in class earlier before I came down. When I came down, y'all was talking. And I came down to fix me something to eat because class was long, and then I got roped into this. But I'm waiting for my application. I do have to say this before I jump off. I didn't say abuse, so that's why I was kind of a little stuck when y'all was talking about that, because I never said abuse or any of that. it's a form of manipulation. And I think we all have ways that we know we can get at people. And if you know that you can get at your husband with a certain way, you know, whatever, then, and you use that to get them to do things they wouldn't normally do, for good or for bad, then you're manipulating them. And whether that's your intimacy or what form that looks like or something else, you can be manipulating your spouse.
Oh, that, you know, instead of having conversations. Now I remember, that was the last part I was saying. It's not, and the reason further why it's not manipulation is because of it's the best example would be if in an effort to punish you, I stopped giving myself food. So I'm supposed to cook for the house. Not only do I not cook for the house, I don't buy any groceries for the house. So there's nothing in there for anybody to eat. Now I sit at the table with my knife and my fork and I go, now nobody eats because I'm upset. It's not something that's yeah, you're depriving other people, but you're harming yourself. So that's a mutual harm. And I think for a lot of people, the reason why it's very hard to see these things as they are is because of the fact that people don't see sex as something that's mutual. People don't see sex as something that you are mutually experiencing together. Actually, that was a terrible analogy. But it's not something that the basic point of what I was saying was it's something that you're engaging in together. So if I withhold from my husband, I'm not actually helping anybody because of the fact that I know I want to jump on this thing. Right. That's what I want to do. That's where the part about it being manipulation doesn't make sense, because I'm withholding from myself by trying to punish, quote unquote, to punish him. It's not, not exactly. It's not punishment. It's me withholding from myself. It's literally me punishing myself. He's not the one that's hurt. I'm hurt because now he's gone about his business to do whatever, especially in the scenario with his friends. He's left to go with his friends because he's put his foot down about doing the thing. And now I'm still sitting there smackless and upset because there was no way for me to benefit from that, because now I've told him that, hey, if either you want this Smacks and you stay home or you don't, and he go, okay, don't, he leaves. I've punished myself. I've not manipulated him. And I think that if you realize, like, hey, you do have the option of walking away from that. No, you don't. It's not manipulation.
So what I'm saying as well is that not everybody feels like that's something to walk away from when you're in a committed relationship. And that's what creates that dynamic. That there are some men who are committed to the relationship. They don't want to cheat. They don't want to step out. They're not looking for divorce. They know that this woman is their sole source of care and intimacy. You know, hunger strikes are effective. I might be, harming myself, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to get my message across or get what I want through that act of defiance, even if it causes me some harm. The gamble is that it's going to cause you more harm than it's causing me. And essentially the whole basis behind the conversation is that it's like there are healthy ways to have conversations and to get your point across and come to mutual understanding in a relationship than to using the things that you have to get someone to do something that they wouldn't ordinarily do. That's really the foundation of it all. And if that's your, we know women can use their bodies to get what they want, if that's what they choose to do. We can make men move mountains.
I think the thing that nobody disagrees with is that it's wrong. I think the thing that nobody disagrees with is that it's tricking. I think the thing that everybody disagrees with on is that it's abuse.
And I exactly said that it wasn't abuse. That's why I was that's why he was trying to pigeonhole me into name it. No, I'm just talking about an unhealthy way of dealing in a relationship.
But see, Dave said it was abuse.
Yes.
That's the only reason it came into play is because it was abuse. Anybody will agree. Anybody will agree. Anybody can agree that it's wrong. Anybody can agree that yes, you are tricking off for stuff from a man, but nobody in this live agrees that that's abuse. It's not abuse.
I don't even think it's wrong.
I mean, and I ain't gonna lie. If I tell my husband, hey, I want this bag,
if you come in this room real quick, I promise you, he is not gonna have no issue with
That's
being
what I'm talking about. I mean,
in
that's
that
what
way.
I'm talking about. Like,
But not in a serious manner though. In a very funny way. Like I honestly, I would never have to actually do that to get no bag.
Right.
He's bought me bags before. However, in a funny way, for sure, I'd be like, hey, let me talk to you real quick because I saw this bag online.
Right.
And, you know, I want
Make up a reason to let him knock the dust off of it.
You know, you give them a little nookie in the morning, they might be excited to do the honeydew list for that Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Like we know, and stuff like that. But when it's used in that tactic for harm, you know what I'm saying? But that's why
It's never harmful though. It's never harmful.
Oh gosh, we ain't even talking to you right now. So
the hell?
I'm glad that y'all said what y'all said because now I understand where y'all coming from. Because I never said that. That's why I was not trying to put a vocabulary word to it to articulate what I understand is harmful and it's manipulative when you use it in a negative way.
Shan, were you trying to say something? Because I could barely hear you.
No, BP, I was, but BPG said it for me. So
okay.
It's good. As long as we agree that it's not abusive and you just don't like it and it's not something you should do in a healthy relationship, all right, cool. But saying it's abusive and manipulative and coercive even is great.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
That's what C. Dave was saying.
Wrong word.
Yeah, let me read these though. I got a lot of these. C. Dave on Dizzy. Hold on. There are issues and then there are deal breakers. The author of the second shift is 85 and 1 month Saturday. Juniper Roberts said different at home, so she stay and don't divorce. Different at home, so she stay and don't divorce. Aqua Area said social media isn't real, but she up at the pool pit. Teresa said per C. Dave's source, the withholder is powerless in that dynamic when she's withholding the smecks. That woman is powerless. Your favorite irritation says Piggy Smalls and Notorious Pig deserve each other. God damn. Juniper Roberts said body autonomy is not a punishment. And Tinley said C. Dave and the missus are a match made in hell. Juniper said our bodies belong to ourselves, not our spouse. Not our spouse. This is not the case for the other aspects of a relationship, which are under mutual ownership. Tanthra said, I see why they together. Consent whooping their ass. Reese said, breathe and britches is not a flex. Breath and britches is not a flex.
You gotta explain that one to me.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Well, you read it confidently like you did.
I gotta read it. That's what I gotta do. I read anything on the teleprompter. I told y'all put it up there. You pay me to read it, I'm gonna read it. Tommy said, appreciate the convos. Thank you. Thanks, Tommy. Damn, that was fun. Hey,
I'm about to bring y'all favorite TikTok persona back.
Who is that? Oh, you talking about D-Day? Hey, C-Day wife Latina. She said caliente tu. Oh, what is that? How you say? Cayete. You said cayete tu. Okay. The L's are silent. You know I ain't that smart. I don't know.
We know that part. He want to be on the mic so bad.
There you go, see David on the mic. Yep. I'm smart enough to know I ain't that smart. Yep. Hey, but on some real shit, I love y'all. I really do. I love everybody that joined the panel tonight. We finished and we done, y'all. I gotta go. We did it, Joe. That was a fun live. Hey, man, I'm so happy the subs is back. I'm so happy the subs is back, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I love it. C. Darvo. That was entertaining. Are you not entertained? I'm so happy, y'all. We got the privileges back. We about to get it on. This was frightening. Had us a good old time tonight, man. It was hilarious, Tantras. I loved it. I had a good time with y'all. Shout out to the tappers, yappers, and super chatters. Shout out to the best minds in the business. All the panelists, man, all the haters, man. We love y'all. Come back tomorrow. Even you, Sam. if you can keep your shit together. Y'all stay crashing out, man. I'm gonna pray for y'all. I'm not. I just say that. Yeah, man. Shout out to the new subs and the old subs. We get to say that again. We actually got new subs and we got old subs. And we gonna see y'all. We gonna see y'all mañana. F Patriarchy, I appreciate you. Teddy said bye. He came in. He want to come in his motherfucker. He trying to say bye to everybody. Look. All right. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all mañana.